Pops up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an aid around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Never made it as a poor man stealing. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the final day of our very first Super Weekend here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. You can hear my excitement in my voice because I'm excited to see how these teams are going to place at the very end of this Super Weekend, which will help determine who gets into our finals. Only 60 teams can make it. We still have 2 more weeks of league play to get through before we can even get to the finals, so teams still have time, even if they don't do well here today. Jason Kaplan, your host, and I have 2 analysts to help break everything down over the course of these next 3 weeks or 4 weeks, depending on how you're looking at it. We got Kalaris looking as handsome as ever, and Max Man, well, he's French.
That's fair. You know, that's I'll take that one. I
really had no idea how you react to that, to be honest.
You know, I think that's, I don't know if that's a roast, I don't know if that's a compliment, so I'll take it like 50-50. I think that's fair right now.
Oui. I would say the one phrase I do know in French, but it's not meant for broadcast. Kalaris, man, this is exciting times, right? Exquisite Décode, they've been a team who's been able to slide in under the radar and do fairly well. Conqueror as well, reigning supreme at the top. But I'm really curious to see how some teams can maybe bounce back today, in particular Vodafone Giants. We've had a couple other teams, Chazmac Gaming, who have yet to really put up any major points so far in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, right now there's very much so a hierarchy of what is going on. There's a couple of teams up towards the top that we're looking at and thinking, damn, that's some, again, championship caliber teams, championship caliber play that we're seeing from them coming in as well. That is not to say, though, as you have mentioned here, that there aren't some that can compete and contest with those kinds of spots. You're still thinking about those guys like Vodafone Giants who, you know, had a disastrous day 1, but a great bounce back day 2. They can continue that bounce back here. I mean, yesterday, again, they had 60-some points, which, if you think about it relative to day number 1, that's a huge number of points compared to, you know, some of the other teams actually being able to accumulate what they can here. So there's definitely opportunities still available here in the Super Weekend.
Well, while you're talking about points, why don't we just see the overall standings, give people at home an idea of where the teams currently do stand, of course, how many points they've accumulated in these first 2 days of Super Weekend. We can see Conqueror sitting pretty, 127 points. Really, that is damn good, to be honest, Max. I mean, we've seen teams do, you know, up like almost 200, if not just barely passing 200 points in last season, but 127 is a strong start.
I think you'd say being first right now is more than damn good. 127 points over the course of these 10 games is really impressive. And the thing about Conqueror that I really enjoy is even if they do not get a win, of course, it happens every once in a while, they have a bad game, but they seem like even in bad games that you get a few points coming their way every single time. So having that consistent flux of points coming your way is just really strong for Conqueror to have and allowing them to secure themselves for that first spot. But Game Lord, they have to talk about them, of course. In second place was their very first chicken dinner in their last game yesterday, and of course it was down to both Victor and Narvalo doing so well. We talked about them yesterday in the pre-show, and at the end of the day, they do close it off with a win. I think the Game Lord here are just feeling extremely confident, though they were really far away for the race for the PMGC. They're trying to close that gap. They're going to need even better results if they want to make it, but in terms of this PMPL alone, they're doing fantastic.
I mean, they're going to need better results, and then they're also going to need to improve the results even further, I'd say, beyond that, to go even further, because other teams like Unicorns love coming back into the mix here as well. But as we look down the list, though, I mean, we have super young roster. I mean, I'm not sure how in-depth you want to go about them, but I would say day 2 for them was looking pretty damn good. They even had a victory in match number 2 or round 2 of the day.
The young roster is a team that I think they have their standout players, but I think they need a whole rise up of some of the other players on the team to be able to bump them up to like that top 3 spots. If you think about, you know, 2 of their players, Ali as well, Result, I think it was, they were looking brilliant, whereas the other guys, I think, just need that little extra oomph to be able to pump them up the standings here.
Yeah. Especially when I mentioned a few times that I thought Faker was going to be the standout player. And really, Result has been doing, I think, amazing on this side of things. So really impressive. And as now we go to the second side of the page, Vodafone Giants, that is a huge, and I truly mean huge leap forward. They were 16th place at the start of yesterday. And at the end, they were able to find himself in ninth. That's
Max.
insane. But they still need to go a little bit further. Yes.
You need to give context. They were 16th place with 8 points.
8 points. Okay, there you go. That's the context. Thank you, Jess.
But that's important. It's important to show, like, even if you're at the bottom of the table with 8 points, if you're Chasmac Gaming here, you still can get up to 9th, potentially 8th place if you just have a good day.
Exactly. They just had a really bad Airways on the first time around, and then they're just able to be a little bit more consistent. No chicken dinners just yet, a little bit similar to what we had in the league play. If they can actually get themselves some wins, that's going to allow them to even jump up even further. We talked about it yesterday, right? How Vodafone Giants, yesterday they had a good day, but it was not good enough of a day for them to make up for that first poor they had where they literally just got 8 points in 5 games, which you should not see that happen. Here, if they can even do a little bit more, just be consistent throughout these 5 games, plus maybe find a game eventually, or just a few top 3s, I think that they can definitely catch up to the competition at the top and potentially get a few extra $1,000 in their pocket.
It also shows the level at which they outclass some of the teams down towards the bottom of the standings right now, right? If you think about those teams below them, they've had 2 days opportunities worth, and it's been kind of middling for them to be able to get points enough to be currently beating Vodafone Giants, but Vodafone Giants yesterday came out swinging.
We can see some of our highlights in here as well. And I mean, starting off with Slayers, we were just talking about the super young roster able to get a chicken dinner. But, you know, there is one team that I almost want to talk about just to, oh, no, that's a little awkward. That I want to touch on in particular is you're seeing Reznov here. Maybe not go into the team, but Reznov in particular, Klaus, you were mentioning him as being such a powerhouse for Exquisite Décode.
Yep, not only great fragging skill, not only great shooting ability, but also great survivability. And that is the kind of stuff that you want to see from someone who is challenging for those top spots in a tournament like this. And he effectively gained them so many places. I don't know what this was. Gained them so many placement points.
Someone ordered a kill
yesterday.
point?
Yeah, it was a bit strange, that one. But he gave them so many placement points yesterday that he put Exquisite Décode truly on the map to be able to rival those top spots yesterday.
Yeah, we got Kapahala the Warlord. I think we're going to be able to call Reznov the Mastermind in this one. He's just consistently able to get some good survivability, as you mentioned. I think it was, what, an average of 22, 23 minutes, which, when you think about it, 23-minute average survival time for an individual player over the course of 10 games is absolutely insane. If he can keep those numbers up, hitting this third day, I think you can just expect Exquisite Décode to be extremely strong, but that's the thing. If the entire team can still remain with Reznov in the finishing moments, this team could actually try and close off games. We need them to all survive next to Reznov on the side.
I will say just briefly before we get into this, Jason, if Exquisite Décode gets a win today as well as the current performance track that they're on, I think they're going to be first or second.
Wow, you mean in overalls?
For today, for the end of the Super Weekend.
I see it.
Yeah, very, very possible. I mean, they're only like 2 points behind Eastern Stars, who do have, I think, 3 chicken dinners. So that's actually not a bad sign out of Exquisite Décode. But we can see here a little bit of an update for you guys about the race to PMGC and the points that go along with it to determine who gets through from this region. And at the moment, Conqueror have overtaken Unicorns of Love, but so have Eastern Stars, albeit by 2 points. But hey, that is 2 points, well, plus today, that Unicorns of Love have to fight back and have to claw their way back into to be able to take that #1 position.
Not only is that going to be the case for Eastern Stars, but they need to also get as many points today to try and create an even bigger gap. Conqueror, of course, Conqueror and Eastern Stars try and separate themselves on Unicorns of Love. They need to make 100% sure they re-qualify. If Unicorns of Love doesn't qualify, any team can unfortunately have a bad league play and just not qualify one time around. So you need to make sure the next 2 Super Weekends, they make it up there to make sure they can solidify themselves in this top 2 position. Though look at the bottom, a team that was not on this race to the PMGC graphic beforehand, that was Game Lord. They just barely made it in, I believe, by 4 or 5 points right now. So they actually make it into the race. It's still a huge amount of points they need, but it's a month-long event. They could close the gap, but it's going to take a lot of time for that to happen.
I mean, they're like, what, 250 points behind, and that goalpost is always moving because Conqueror is still playing, Eastern Stars are still playing, etc.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult, but if anything, it gives me a great hope going into potentially next season. I mean, I think there is still a chance they can obviously qualify for the NBA Regional Championship Season 2, but I'm really curious to see how this team can continue to develop because it's a complete turnaround between last season and this.
We've got to be real, though, right? It is the top 4 currently that are going to be challenging for that spot. Anything else that occurred would be absolutely abnormal because those top 4 would then have to all not qualify for the next Super Weekend and then probably all not qualify for the next Super Weekend. Again, considering that the form that they're on, I don't think that's going to be happening. So I think our eyes are firmly fixed right up there.
I don't think we live in a world where Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, Conqueror all don't qualify for Super Weekend. Even though it is possible for 4 teams to not qualify, I find it very impossible for that to happen. But what about one team in particular, as we kind of mentioned before with Reznov, Exquisite Décode. Again, Zero Chicken Dinner's looking pretty towards the top of the leaderboards, at least when it comes to this PMPL season. We talked about Reznov in particular being the one to help drag them forward by staying alive for so long, but let's dive into their stats a little bit more here and see kind of how their improvement has gone along the first day towards the second. They've been, I still want to say, just so silent. Like, they've not done anything that's just kind of wowed us besides Reznov surviving, but they're doing better than the first day, and they're still looking to improve.
I don't even know if you can say they're being silent. They get an average of 5 kills per game, which is absolutely insane when you really put into perspective to other teams. Though you see some teams get an average of 2-3 kills per game. They get 5 every single time, and we're talking about them being mainly focused around placement points. And you can see the average placement point from day 1 into day 2 has actually improved significantly to 5 places every single game, which is nuts. But the one stat I'm seeing every single time at Colaris is the 23-minute average survival time. You talked about it yesterday. A championship caliber team, a good average to survive is 21 minutes. 23, that is mainly down to Reznov always being there at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's think about it like this. The foundations of this team has the opportunity and the potential to be able to push to, again, number 1 or number 2, like I've been saying here, as we take a look at some of these moments. If you think about Alicio in the last season, he was the MVP overall. If you think about Daddy, he was constantly on our tongues, talking about him time and time again. And then now, yesterday, we get Reznov, a guy who is able to be the MVP yesterday, constantly surviving and constantly blasting out. If this team brings those foundations together and builds a layer upon that, I think this team could go all the way.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that especially when you look about it compared to last season, Alicio really showed up in the finals. Super Weekend League play was a little bit more silent of a player. Of course, would have a good result every once in a while, but seemed like he might be one of those players that requires a little bit of time before actually can shine to its true potential. So we'll see as the time goes on, but if they can play around Reznov, like for example, Reznov is solo with an M249, clutches a fight versus Game Lord. If he has 1 or 2 extra players on his side, that could be a potential win. If they can find a win, as you said, Colaris, top 3 today could definitely be a possibility for them.
I can't believe I'm saying this about UK esports, Jason. Can't believe it.
You might have just jinxed it, to be honest. Who knows? I mean, it is a little bit of a scary thing. What does this world come to if UK is doing well in esports? But let's kind of give you guys more context about how teams have improved or have kind of maybe fallen from their performance in day 1 to day 2 as we take a look at their point differential between the 2 days. And we have seen a couple teams have messed up, but I'm assuming Vodafone Giants going to be in there with a huge push through. You see Conqueror, they've actually kind of didn't perform as well on day 2 as they did on day 1. As you can see, the light blue meaning day 2 and the dark blue meaning day 1. And actually, to be fair, I think that all the top teams, actually, the top 3 teams there didn't perform better, except Exquisite Décode in 4th, who did.
Yeah, got himself a lot more points onto that one, plus 65, so looking really comfortable. There's one team that actually stands out to me when I'm looking at this graphic, is Destiny. We saw them get some average results, 55 points over the course of 5 games, definitely not bad, but they were just not present whatsoever yesterday. And do not forget, at the very start when we had the race to the PMGC graphic, Destiny were technically a team in the race, but now as they start falling behind and you have teams like Eastern Stars doing good, Conqueror doing good, and potentially Unicorns of Love coming back into the mix, Destiny are falling behind to a point where it's going to be really hard for them to try and catch up, so they cannot afford another bad day today.
I think they've not quite had as decisive a tournament as a team like Big has. If you think about kind of those roster shuffles and where certain players went and stuff like that, I think Destiny looks a little bit more lost compared to Big in terms of it being rotations or where they're going. Some of the circles didn't quite go in their favor, of course. If you think about Sanhok yesterday, Destiny's not going to be loving a southeast circle compared to a northwest circle, for example. But yeah, I still think maybe they need to find some more navigation behind their sails here.
Yeah, we also got Vodafone. Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously that stands out for Vodafone here, as we talked about. They had a big step up from day 1 to 2. But if you look at most of these teams, most of them performed worse. Conqueror worse, Game Lord worse, correct. Eastern Stars worse, Big worse, etc. Right? Romanian Boys, that's 5. Seer, that's 6. Where did all these points that they didn't get go to? And for me, that I would have to guess the bottom table teams then.
Well, to Vodafone Giants and Exquisite Décode as well. They won out yesterday, right, in terms of what they were able to put up. And again, we expected it from Vodafone Giants eventually. We know that that team's going to be able to do it. Exquisite Décode, just super consistent at the moment.
Yeah. Also, I want to add on to that we were talking about day one of the Super Weekend, how every single win a team got was like, what, 14, 15 kills every single time. So it was very, very top heavy. When you look at day two, the point distribution in terms of kills alone was way more spread. So I think that teams understood that maybe the mistakes and the issues that were happening in day one and said, okay, we have to have a change of pace and try and go a little bit more aggressive. And I think that's what teams are trying to do in the second day, hopefully today also. But I think that also explains why maybe the teams at the top had a little bit of a weaker day too.
Well, as you mentioned, chicken dinners, Max, I have to remind you guys at home, every chicken dinner team gets here in a Super Weekend nets them $1,000, which means it's time to take a look at our Flu financial forecast to see how much money some of these teams have accumulated in our first 2 days of play. Now, I will remind you guys at home, I did say one team will get 10K or 10 chicken dinners, but we can see her Flu making her debut on the well, not debut, she's been on the show quite a few times, but her debut in a graphic. And we'll be sending her her treats for that, for the use of
It's her birthday as well.
Oh, it's just everything's lining up perfect.
We have confettis on, yeah.
Yeah, we did. Oh my God, who stole this picture of Floof? Where did you even get this? I can't believe it. I'll try and get her later on for her, daily segment.
If she doesn't come on air later on today with a little party hat on top of her head, I am going to be so disappointed.
Do we have any party hats? Natalia, do we have any party hats?
Have to buy one during the game, yeah.
We don't have any party hats, boys. It's a disaster.
Wait, Max, who's he talking to? I thought he lives alone.
Uh-oh.
I don't know, man. Body pillows are very advanced.
No, Max. No. We don't talk about that here. We don't mention those. All right, let's cut this. Let's get out of this one. Eastern Stars, $3,000 though. Conqueror, 2,000. I mean, you get 10,000 for first place, right? So it's not bad to win like 3K already in the first week of 3. So shout outs to them for that one. As we move forward, though, let's take a look at our schedule for you guys at home who might have not tuned in the last 2 days. It is going to be the exact same map order every single day. We're starting things off on Erangel, heading to Miramar, back to Erangel, over to Sanhok, over to Erangel once again. So at least in match 4, things will get a little bit moist. I know how much Max loves that word.
I'm okay with it now. Because I did all the African PMCO with James Banks and he kept saying it the entire event. I'm fine. He actually helped out, so it doesn't impact me anymore. So, yeah. I don't know. I got bullied too much. It doesn't impact me anymore. I know, right?
You will find a new word, Max, that you will be uncomfortable with. In the meantime, to remind you guys at home, we do have the Esports Awards currently happening, and you guys can go vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. Make sure to vote for it in each category. You can head over to esportsaward.com/vote. And now, gentlemen, Max, we're going to throw it to you first.
Oh, okay. Win for the first game. I want to go onto Eastern Stars. I didn't
even ask you a question, but I like how you're in the zone. You knew exactly what I was
every time. This is the moment. You got schedule, and then you got prediction. So I'm going to go with Eastern Stars because you said you wanted to see a team get himself 10 wins, and I think that Eastern Stars is definitely on track to doing so. So I hope they get a win eventually.
My handy pen, my handy notebook, writing that down. Okay, Eastern Stars getting 16th place. Got it. All right,
it's a script, yeah.
You know what?
Let me check the script real quick. Yeah, they do lose. Yeah.
Sad.
I've been harsh, I've been critical, but you know what? UK Esports, it's coming home, baby. It's Exquisite Décode UK. Let's do it. It's their day. Come on.
He's changed.
You know, I really wish we could make the show less British, but as I bring the commentators in and get you two out of here, it only gets more British as we go from 1 Brit to 2. We got John Allen and Blank joining us once again here on the show to cover the first matches of the day. Gentlemen, we heard Exquisite Décode, we heard Eastern Stars. Let's start off with you guys. John, who do you think's to take the first match?
Well, all right, Governor, I'm playing PUBG Mobile today. I'm going to be predicting myself the UK team as well. No, I'm going to be going for. Actually, you know what? I'm going to back Vodafone Giants. I feel like they really didn't have a good day yesterday. They've shown us. They've shown us that they can be a lot better. But I'm going to go for them today.
You know, a bit stupid not to predict Exquisite Décode UK, to be honest with you.
It's stupid, isn't it?
I have the sudden urge to go grab some tea and throw it in the bay. But gentlemen, take us into our first match.
throw you in the bay. We're going to be heading over into Erangel. For our first game, blank, you say Exquisite Décode UK, you're backing up James. You know, I was going to say that, but then James said it and made a big song and dance about it, so
yeah.
I had to make a bigger song and dance and then not predict them. That was really what I was going for, but secretly, I would really like them to win as well.
Oh, fair enough, fair. You did make a big song and dance out of it, and I could see you, you know, on the West End at some point, John. Absolutely. I could see that happening. You've got the face for it, you've got the smile for it, you've even got the gate for it, man. But here we are going straight into game. Milter Power across to Primorsk, and this is going to be a bit of a southerly playing path here. And yesterday we saw a lot of these northern ones, didn't we, John? So I feel really sorry for these teams, to be fair, playing these games, because every single game, every single day seems to be completely opposite to the last. We're not having that mixing and matching here. But if anything has to stay true here to yesterday and the day before, it's that with this southern playing path, we're going to get a northern shift on the circle, right?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's written in the stars, right? But that's kind of the annoying thing, right? We haven't actually had like a super fair Erangel set of rotations yet in these super weekends. And I think that's sort of what you're getting at with that. It's always been someone's on the back foot, and it's never been like a central finish or a finish in, I don't know, Gatka Fields or something like that, which is always quite open to interpretation.
It is always open to interpretation. I think that a lot of people have to figure out where they want to go next. And honestly, one of these teams is TSC Sirens heading down towards Novo. So they drop usually towards North George. Eastern Stars relegated back to Milter Power, but this time taking a bit more of a larger split across here, which I'm a big fan of, actually. This is going to give them a lot more opportunity to hold on to this position for longer, but it also has this problem that with that playing path coming from the eastern side of the map, a lot of these teams will be dropping out early over here. So, you know, their actual leaving of this compound is going to be assailed by many, many people who would like to stop them on their pursuits for the center of the circle. You do have Exquisite Décode UK over towards the Pubg, fairly easy path for them coming up towards the northern side. TSC really the only team here that I'm seeing moving up towards that, and Big is going to completely take them out themselves out of the scenario heading up towards Severny, though it does look like they have taken a fair bit of damage already.
I'm not too sure what that's all about, but they're alive, and it's certainly this early in the game, not ideal, because it's unlikely you're going to actually have those boot. Yeah, okay, it managed to find a first aid for Miki. Not too sure what happened with that fight. I imagine it was one or two of the players from Excuse Me who spotted them out, but it looks like they've got a vehicle. They'll be getting on with it.
Yeah, just the one. You only need the one. It's quite amusing, though, because I think for Excuse Me...
The one car, actually.
Yeah, just the one car, actually. For Excuse Me, though, I find it hilarious because it's the first time that they've really had any kind of revenge. Oh, no! Oh. I said revenge far too soon because, you know, Excuse Me drop into the map and then immediately lose a couple of players because they are dropping in a very, very hot spot when it comes to rotations. And a lot of these teams in this lobby refuse to remain towards the center of the map and heading up towards the northern side. This drop would be absolutely fine if we didn't have teams who are so hell-bent on heading towards Severny. I'm looking at you, Big. But yeah, Excuse Me, going to lose another player once again, I imagine.
Speaking of
dropping past the T.
Speaking of hell-bent, Big really do not want to let this one slide. You know, they took some damage early on and they were like, we're having none of that. We're having none of that. Straight up the hillside, 3 players in a car and actually nearly take down Kosti. A risky move, to be sure, but a welcome one.
Yeah, I mean, it almost worked out. That could have been 2 kill points going their way. But Big, I like this, disengaging. You know, they know the fight's over and they don't want to get behind when it comes to looting. Next circle will hit soon and then they need to be ready to move that, especially if they're heading up towards Severny to loot up there, depending on if we get a northern shift or not. Super young roster. Now, the guys on the boss, who is Jason in this case, talked about them at least on the desk. And realistically for me, I think that I would disagree with the boss's statements that this is a good team. I think there's been a lot of luck thrown their way. I do think they have some stellar players, as Kalaris mentioned, on the team, and I think that, you know, if they all brought it up to scratch, it would go well. But I do think there's been multiple times that I've seen where it's a case of, here you go, super young roster, here's an amazing compound that you cannot lose from. Please, now take your chicken dinner and leave.
Would you care for some points, my lord?
My lord?
It's just... coming out of the woodwork and giving them a good time. I mean, maybe you do have to be pretty good though to even to win in those positions against a lobby like this. But I see where you're coming from, right? Like they've just been in the good place at the right time a little bit more often than maybe they deserve to.
I think deserved is maybe the not right word. I think that, yes, I think that they've played these compounds very well, right, John? And I think this is what you're getting at, is that, you know, I think a lot of it has been defined by luck. And it's not been a case of being in center of the circle. You've had like a hard western shift over to a God compound that they're currently holding, which absolutely scuppers everyone else in the lobby. But yeah, I think that they have potential, but I do think a lot of these points have been padded out by those particular games where they have a ridiculous compound to play around. But we are looking at Exquisite Décode UK. All eyes on the UK roster here. Waiting to see what they can do in this game. I mean, you know, they're a jovial bunch. We like Exquisite Décode UK. And hopefully they continue to do well. And realistically, with the blessings of 3 British men, it can't go wrong, right?
That's what my mum always told me. You know,
that's true.
If there's 3 British men who are saying something is a good idea, then it's got to be. Absolutely got to be. There's no
better to be idiots together.
Apes together strong.
Yeah, apes together strong. True. I mean, that is something that I absolutely live by, so that's fine.
It's true.
Destiny, though, on our screen. Well, taking a quick look at their average stats, at 1.5 kills a game, it's not great, is it, John? I think Destiny's been really struggling throughout the majority of this Super Weekend. I know that they're not doing horrifically badly in the grand scheme of things, but it's just a case that, you know, it's not what we expect from them. I think these newer rosters that we're seeing to the party with players that maybe I've not seen before, is something I expect from them. But Whiskey, Beg for Mercy, Mozero all have a lot of experience on their side. I do think that, you know, Big and Unicorns of Love, you know, the players that they've siphoned from several different rosters to create the new Destiny team weren't the standouts, right? They weren't the standouts from their respective teams.
No, it's felt like they're the. It's going to sound really, really rude, but it sounds like they're the carcass that's been picked clean by these other teams, by these other rosters. And you know, they are solid, they are good, but they aren't great. At this point, we haven't seen them step up and be the great Destiny roster that we've seen in the past. And you know, there's the talent there, as you say, but it's just a matter of fitting those pieces together and actually capitalizing on it.
Yeah, because I think with Big in particular, you know, there's players on this team who were the heart and soul, if we continue on your analogy there, of their respective teams, and they work all together very well, even in an individual fashion. You know, Mickey does this exact same thing every single Erangel game, where he heads out very far west to make sure that they have this area in Severny locked down, and he can do that pretty much as a solo player, and as a scout, that's ridiculously good to have that skill on hand. But the rest of the team are able to perform perfectly individually, and I think that for them it's become a lot easier to get that synergy on board, because when we don't see that synergy, we typically don't recognize it. And it's just the case that the fact that they're all performing so well as individuals, you know, it works out. For Destiny, on the other hand, you know, there is that case that they really do have to work hard to make sure they're working as a team. But we said it before, there is talent on this team, and I don't think we've talked about them too much, so it's good to get a little bit of analysis through the board. Looking back at the map though, John, you know, Excuse Me found a very central position in school, but we are going to see the next circle hit very soon.
Got Conquerors as well, just a little bit to the south of that as the map comes up on your screen. For Romanian Boys, they are to the southeast of Ruins right now, just in a couple of those buildings, just scouting things out on the hillsides. Super young roster, they headed a little bit further north of the river actually, and might want to swing back down past the south. The next circle's going to pop, and it's going to take us over to the northeast, a gentle northeast shift.
Yeah, I would say a gentle northeast shift, because, you know, realistically, the only thing that it cuts out is towards Gatko, which most players have left, don't really want to play in anyway, and the northern edges of Sosnov military base. And Xtreme Slayers were always going to leave here in the first place. TSC Sirens have left Novo. They've dropped outside the Eastern Bridge. I'm okay with this, actually, because, you know, they're getting prepared to stop any crosses from Sosnovka military base before they head into the circle itself. So this is decent from them. Now they can figure out where they want to go next. But most teams will be heading into vehicles. This is a place that's littered with a lot of good compounds, a lot of areas that you can play in. This one in particular, you know, the rolling hills, headshot hills, as you like to call it, John.
Oh, I do like to do that.
Oh yeah, you do.
That's one of my favorite things to do. Is call them headshot hills.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here's the Vodafone Giants crashing onto a similar compound actually as the 4 Romanian boys, but I feel like they figured something out. No, Pocus get caught out in the open, and Sebi tries to swing around. No way you're getting Pocus back, so Vodafone Giants immediately going to be down to 3. And Sebi going to be healing. Nano just wants none of it. Look at that. He's on his bike, and he's off.
Yeah. I think that's an interesting play, to say the least, from Vodafone Giants. I think when you rock up outside the van like that, you've got to kind of assume there's going to be someone in the area. And it did look a little bit clunky, them getting out of the vehicle. Perhaps just drop on the other side of the building, where you're out of sight, out of mind of the 4 Romanian boys, and then try and collect yourselves from there. Now Vodafone Giants extremely split within this little area, and I don't know how much further they can go, because it's almost as if like they've scared a pack of cats and they've all just scattered.
And just hiding behind the bins.
Yeah, silently mewing.
What? Silently how does that work?
You know, they just open their mouths with the...
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Entiendo.
Entiendo.
I do, but it's not my best metaphor in the world.
No, I mean, that's been better.
It has been better.
Both of us.
Yeah.
You haven't let me down. You've let yourself down.
And that's true. I am sorry. But that's the rescue attempt coming through, but getting shot from all sides here at the moment. Do like this and 4 Romanian boys creating a lot of problems, and that's the 2 players from Vodafone Giants going down now. I believe that's just the 1 left for them in Ulysses. Ooh, sad times.
Just the 1 giant, actually,
Yeah.
left behind.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, my prediction's looking really bad. Blank, can I take it back? Can I jump in with the UK boys again?
Of course you can, you know.
I want to come back.
Declare your love. Declare your love.
Exquisite Décode UK will win the game, and that's my prediction. I don't know what you're talking about. I never said anything else.
The circle. There you go.
Thou dost conflict with my views. No, nay.
Nary shall you.
Sir, we are all the
wander
page and
away
one
from
and the
right
same.
path.
Oh dear.
That's too much Shakespeare. That's too much Shakespeare. Next circle on our screens right now. We'll be waiting to see where it does head off. Oh, that makes me sick to the core. Over towards Rozhok, as well as Rozhok Island. A little bit of a difficult area to play around. Ruins does afford some, area of stealth that you could rock in with the rocks, pretend to be one of the mummies, drop yourself into a tomb somewhere, come out towards the end of the game, make it happen, I'm not sure. But Super Young roster, their western approach has actually worked out well for them, but they are heading all the way over to the western side, hopefully picking up one of the gas stations over here to hold out for the time being. It's not bad. I'll take it. If you know that most of the teams drop towards the east side, getting as far west as possible within this circle is not a bad idea whatsoever. It also gives them the quickest approach whilst being still safe towards the river on the north side, as well as being close to the bridge. So really good rotation from Super Young roster, actually. LMV moving up from the southwest side of the map. They started in Primorsk, now they're here just underneath Ruins, but they do have Destiny hot on their tails.
Plenty of teams there. Also, you got Ulysses, the Lone Ranger from Vodafone Giants, still alive in the northern throes of Pachinki. It's going to be having to scooch a little bit further on in. You've got Xtreme Slayers on the outskirts right now. TSC Sirens actually following up Exquisite Décode UK's path to swing all the way around the north of Yasnaya Poliana. Chesmak Gaming, at the moment, they're on the southeastern side. They're near Conqueror. They're near Team Doom as well. There's a lot of players around this sort of area, and they need to be careful. Looks like they found themselves a couple of shacks to be using as cover for now. See how long that keeps them safe.
Yeah, this is the classic PUBG Mobile crunch, right? When you get a circle like this that heads further over to the opposite side that the plane came in on, you know, you're going to get teams just making this migration, running alongside one another, and finding areas that are unoccupied. And this is where scouting comes into play, and this is where I think that a lot of teams can improve within this lobby, at least. Is I think finding areas to actually be safe within. Conquerors, though, they're happy to hold down the majority of school at the moment. These guys have been doing fantastically well so far. We saw some of the stats earlier on. Average of 6 kills per map on Erangel, which is absolutely phenomenal, to be quite honest with you. 6 kills in any game, it is a very good game. To have that every single Erangel, that is beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's very, very solid, very consistent. I mean, there's a reason that they're the best team in the tournament right now as it stands.
Yeah.
They have done phenomenally
I've always
well.
said that.
I certainly have, and you've never said anything else. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yatsum goes down, TSC taking the fight at the moment. Big actually might chime into this fight as well, as they're controlling this hillside. A pinch potentially on the cards here for Deus Sirens as they find themselves in a little bit of a valley of death here. Big moving them in. A nice shift towards their way gives them a little bit of a chance, but that is going to be tricky for a lot of the other players in this lobby. Deus Sirens fighting from downhill. Vatoni looks to control the lines. Beast out in the blue, spraying down on Sakura's position. Mihi looking to reposition. Diavala gets the beat on it, but doesn't want to go for the spray just yet. Finally, Sakura goes down. Beast continues to tick away. Actually, isn't even worried about it. Just going to send straight back into the circle. Mihi went into the circle that far in his vehicle to make that happen. Deus Sirens mounting up, and they just try and get out of dodge quickly, but TSC not willing to let that happen.
Not as of yet. I mean, this is less like a pinch and more like a 5-finger death punch here for Deus Sirens. They've got teams on all sides of them. If TSC won't finish the fight, if Big won't finish the fight, then Eastern Stars certainly will, as they're starting to move over the hillside. Athis already moving up in the vehicle. Not sure if he knows how many players are here, but he does get behind the hillside very quickly. In the meantime, we have had this very northern shift up towards the northeast here. Rozhok being very much in this one. Difficult to determine where this one's going to go, though, John, because a lot of people towards the south side have to take safety within Rozhok, whereas people on the north, they've committed now. It's going to be very difficult to move back down again.
Conqueror have a really great position on the top of that hill that overlooks Rozhok. It's such a great spot to see all of these teams, all of these movements as well. Fighting continuing on the northern banks of the river, however. As Octavian fights from behind the UAZ. Uses it as cover, fades away. Eastern Stars starting to push on through as well. Diavala, in the meantime, did manage to make it away for Deus Sirens. But still a hope there. But fighting continues as teams start to get wiped out on this northern side.
Yeah, this is a really big fight to begin our day with, which is nice to see. It's Big versus Eastern Stars. TSC caught up in the middle of it. They're just getting peppered by the shrapnel of the epic fight that's going down between these two teams. Double nades come across. Athis shouldn't live for too long here.
It'll be really, really tricky. And again, it's just Octavian Kapahala a little bit too far removed from the situation to hold against Big. As the nades continue to be cooked, Mihi looks to lob another one in a little bit far to the left there as Bazzi does get back up, can start to heal. Smoke's being put in. Kapahala now finding a suppressing angle, looking for that ridgeline, keeping the bullets flying and making sure that Big cannot push onto this position whilst they get the reses, keep Eastern Stars alive as full 4.
I think Big has played this particular fight very, very well because they moved Mickey out early. Eastern Stars were a little bit too far down towards the southern side of the river there to actually figure out what was going on. Big realizes there's two teams fighting. They know that Eastern Stars are coming as well because of Big's large rotation outside the circle to get some more information. So they just retreat and wait for Eastern Stars to get themselves in a much more tricky spot. There is some massive fighting going on at the moment, but TSC will be done for whilst everyone else in Rozhok just try and clamber over one another to find a suitable compound for the rest of the game.
Eastern Stars now taking fire again from Big as Beast finds the knock onto Octavian. Klepahala still out in the open, playing those off angles. Eastern Stars have done incredible work to keep all 4 of themselves alive and up. But is that going to be coming to an end here? Mihi leads the charge in, spots the players through the window, looks to try and break it out, but not quite getting the shots in. Nades, utility being popped. Trying to slow Big down, trying to get those reses, get everyone back to fighting form. Suave, again, charging around the side. Nade being cooked. They want to breach the building. Octavian on the outside. Smoke is there and Nade's on in, but Eastern Stars survive. Octavian takes a little scratch.
And Big need to move up now. This is why they're being so aggressive. The circle shifts all the way to the northern side, and all of these players towards the south have caught themselves without a paddle. Realistically, Big looking to make this one happen. Mickey and Times, great rotation from Times very early on to be able to spot this western rotation from Exquisite Décode UK. And now Big are just trying to live this one out. Sway very low, has to drop the smoke.
Goodness me, they're both of these teams, I think, are playing this engagement really well. And Big, they're sort of disengaging, trying to play suppression here, but they've now cost themselves Swave. I mean, does Beast go for this? They're split. They're not quite in a position to fully commit to going for this res, but it looks like they want to build up that smoke line, build up that cover, and get themselves back up to 4, because as you say, the circle's gone their way, and they need to be a dominant force within it.
Yeah, and this is a really good compound to hold down to make sure no one makes that heavy eastern shift. It's a bit difficult because see all these players trying to make their way across the field. Super Young roster, they had moved away from their compound, so not as easy to cross this river now, and they're quite far towards the back of the queue to get into the northern island.
Game Lord actually swung up and took down Kapahala, the off angle for Eastern Stars, and that might be the go time for Beast. Destiny looking to res as shots came down to them from pretty much every single angle. Exquisite Décode UK, I saw, got a couple of knocks over there. LMV looking to go on the warpath with Super Young roster as they fight out for the garage around the side. 2 players alive for Super Young roster as the shots do pump on in. Perks low, getting the first aid off, should be all right. As Ali able to get the flush as well. 3 players alive, and they're looking for the res.
This is good. Again, Super Young roster make their way in. LMV just a little bit sloppy with the way they've cleared this building. Big's actually moved all the way off to the western side. You know, Times had already found a decent compound within the circle, but Perks drops out the window. Drops a little bit low, down to half HP, moves around the side, but Super Young roster to clear him out. LMV does finally go down, but Super Young roster, the heat's still on. They've got to keep moving.
In the midst of it all, though, Exquisite Décode UK found 2 knocks over on to Big, and now they're rushing for it as well. They're rushing to continue the fight. Reznov, Will, moving in. Mihi and Suave down. Beast low. In comes the DP, and that is a great wipe onto Big for Exquisite Décode UK. They took the initiative, and now they're one of the full teams on the northern side that has a really good chance in this circle.
Yeah, and these teams are going to batter themselves against the rocks like ships without a lighthouse. It's going to be rough, to be quite frank with you, John, for any 4-man teams to make it across the river without taking too much harrying. I think for Exquisite Décode UK, though, you know, it was just that caution they applied on that western side towards Big. They saw there was a player in that compound, didn't push it too far, didn't press the advantage too much, allowed them to continue taking their fight with Eastern Stars, which caused them so many problems. Super Young roster taking shots over towards Conquerors, who have made their way across the bridge, and this is the problem with making it across the river first, is that everyone behind you is going to be taking a peek at you.
Yeah, everyone knows where you are. Everyone knows what position you're holding. It's almost last mover wins, right? But then obviously you have to play that off against the blue. It's such a tricky position to be playing. 4 Romanian Boys struggling there as well, as they've had 1 knock. 2 players still trying to swim on in. Reeves did get knocked, and Conqueror's outpost getting dismounted there. Game Lord, who are on the northern side as well, they are playing down this hill. That sheer face that sort of stands in front of this riverbank and then the next ridge up is such an open ground, and that's really going to make it hard. And that's exacerbating the problem of having people behind you.
Yeah, and even just this little ridge beneath the bankside, like, how do you make your way up here? Because as soon as you jump out, people know where you are. Yes, it affords you some cover from everyone who's already made their way over, but you are having a lot of problems with the people behind you. Exquisite Décode UK, they've got a beautiful little split across here. Will does go down, though, which is somewhat worrying for Exquisite Décode UK. They would love to have all 4 players up, but I think that Will can perhaps move his way over. They don't want to give up positioning so far, though, and I like this kind of dedication to the play that they've made.
Zara managed to get over the ridgeline somehow. I'm not entirely sure how he managed to make that one happen, but still continuing to move on up. I feel like Alicio might have some information on this as a nade starts to get cooked. He's looking out for Mazzaro, thinks that he's by the rock, and that's looking pretty good. Sure. Okay, no, it's a little bit short and a little bit to the left. not going to be able to find the damage just yet. Still, suppression is there, and Mazara's going to be aware that they know he's in this spot at this stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's taking shots on absolutely everyone. Excuse me, he's taking heavy punishment from this one player. Remember, last season, Destiny Mazara was able to do so much work just as a solo player, but finally, he is taken down. Destiny now out. We're down to 4 teams. Exquisite Décode UK managed to get Will back up again. You know, just waited for them to move up. And Mazara will pick up a lot of those kill points coming through for Excuse Me as they are finished off. Now down to just 3. It's Game Lord versus Exquisite Décode UK as well as Eastern Stars. Some of our, if not our best teams in this lobby, barring Conquerors here, going toe-to-toe here on the hillside. A really, really fun finish here for us, John.
Absolutely, and no team successfully made it across the river crossing blank. These were all teams that were here before that shift came through. They were already on this northern bank, and that just goes to show you how treacherous this crossing was. 2 players alive for Eastern Stars. Athis getting bombed out of his position. Has to fall back, has to hit the deck and look for some healing, but Exquisite Décode UK are not going to give him any respite. Daddy sends one in from the back. And we'll be able to take the knock, although the kill taken up by Spicy there. Octavian lost for Eastern Stars. 3 players alive for Game Lord.
I think for Exquisite Décode UK, perhaps letting Eastern Stars fight versus Game Lord a little bit longer might have been good, but I think as soon as those grenades started coming through, it was a good idea to initiate the fight onto them. But Exquisite Décode UK making this one look easy.
Look how proactive they've been. Time and time again, they're pushing into these positions. And as soon as they get that flush, they know that they need to take this hillside. They take this ridgeline and counter Game Lord's spot, because now look at the position they have. Reznov even moving all this way forward past this smoke screen, and Game Lord are penned in.
Oh yeah, Reznov moves a little bit further forward. Spot is the player, but oh, one down. Oh, there's another.
Oh! He gets a double, runs 2 over, and now it's just Takashi. He's going for insult to injury, and he could triple up. But no, he has to drop out. Reznov finally going down. The Road Warrior himself taken out, but the position is given up. And Exquisite Décode UK put on a masterclass on the Northern Shores.
Goodness me, John. It's coming home. It's coming.
It's coming.
Exquisite Décode UK's coming home. They're coming. That's good stuff, dude. I'm loving that. I'm loving that from Exquisite Décode UK. Reznov, way to do him dirty, bro. Way to do him dirty. That is like, he's not even wanting to get the blood on his hands, just on the tires. I love that. Keeping it clean, keeping it naughty. You love to see it. Wow, really, really well played to Exquisite Décode UK on that map. It's a gamble, yes, moving over towards that northern island, but I think they played all those shifts so flawlessly towards the end of the game there. Taking their time with Big, taking their time with Eastern Stars, using them as almost a body block between them and Game Lord towards the end of the game. Even with the 4 players, John, that they had, they weren't overzealous until those very final moments where they knew they could be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they operated very, very well, cleanly. They were all the way out in Lipovka. They swung around to the northwest. They went out, and they were really proactive. And that's sort of what I talked about in those final circles. They were proactive. As soon as they found those spots, as soon as they had those opportunities, they were taking them. And that is incredible leadership and incredible synergy as well that is facilitating that to be such a strength. Because it's one thing to spot an opportunity, to communicate that to your IGL, and it's another thing for that IGL to be able to turn around, make the plan on the dime, or on the penny, in this case, as we are a UK team.
Oh, yes,
but to be able to communicate that back to the team, make the call, and for everyone to be on that page almost instantly is phenomenal. And that speaks to a team that has synergy, that has skill, that has talent, and a team that can go far.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to see as well. I think that's Exquisite Décode UK's first win, if I'm not mistaken, as well, John. So they've got to be happy with that one, especially because they've been putting up some fantastic numbers in terms of placement points, but I've been searching for that chicken dinner for quite a while now. Finally found it. Make it look beautiful as well. It's not one of those wins where it's a case of, oh, it was free. It was a super young roster win. No, this was one they worked for and completely deserved. But I do think that my special mention here has to go towards Big. I think they did very well in the circumstances. I think that, Times' movement over towards the western side was really good. He definitely caught, God, I love that play so much. He even had the balls to go again. If he got a ball, I would have been so happy.
I so thought he was going to be able to get that final kill as well on the rundown. I mean, Akashi was on the deck, right? Like, you can't You can't even move there. I mean, it felt good. It felt good. It felt right. And you know what? Exquisite Décode UK, they got the blessings of 3 British men. And we're going to be heading back to just the one British man, actually, over on the desk with the other 2 to back him up and listen to him gloat. We'll see you after the break.
Exquisite Décode pulling off a chicken dinner, looking fantastic there. We talked about how they didn't have a single one. They were behind Eastern Stars by 2 points and yet had no chicken dinners, and they finally get their first. They get $1,000 in their pockets, and more importantly, they show what UK Road Rage is all about.
We lost.
The only Brit here comes in. Okay, don't say we lost.
Do you want me to say something?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just basking in my greatness, I think is fair to say about this situation. Yeah, I come in here, you know, I'm hired as an analysis, and I back it up. I back it up, Jason. How are you doing?
Well, this is why Maxman probably will not be on the next show. I'm sorry to break the news to you, Max, right now, because we want analysts that can predict things correctly. As these stars, I mean, they made top 3. I guess he got
top 3. Yeah, come on, man.
It's not a chicken dinner, so
give me something. Give me something, please.
You know what, gentlemen? We got to see the clip. We got to see it happen live. Let's actually watch the last couple seconds of that match again and see Reznov in that car driving over bodies, looking for kills, looking for a chicken dinner, and he was just bringing it home.
Jason,
you know, he picked it up from the market. He was just driving it home to his family.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it's coming home. As you know here, Exquisite Décode UK, they know I'm a car guy as well. So what they did was, just for me, they decided, we'll jump in that car, we'll run them on over. I don't quite do that in real life, but you know, I'm still a car guy, and the UK wins. What do you think about that, Max?
I thought that again. In like half speed. I want to see it one more time in like half speed. Yeah, let's run it back and run over people again, yet again.
Oh, you want to add Benny Hill music on top now or something? I'm surprised they're able to do that knowing the wheel was on the other side actually of the car. So you know what? It's surprising, but able to get himself 26. We mentioned it right on the pre-show how Reznov was always surviving. If you add the players to back him up, this team can actually do greatness, and this is exactly the type of games we were expecting them to do. And Eastern Stars are there, but I guess it doesn't count. Yeah.
Yeah, actual serious now. They were slightly fortunate with how the circles played out for them. Yeah. Exquisite Décode UK did have fantastic rotations to be able to facilitate this victory, mind you. They were obviously over in that eastern side. As soon as you see that and the circle actually shifts to where it did, where it's 50-50 between the river, kind of like where Rozhok is, and then that mainland up towards the top, they have to make a wide rotation. You cannot bomb center towards Rozhok because that's just a death sentence. So they do make that wide rotate and play out from there. It's a pivotal move.
I feel bad feeding into you and saying you're right, but you're right, especially because they done a lot of research. They done a lot of research and knew that
become too large.
It's going to explode at one point, I think.
Cameras.
Yeah. But they knew there's only Team Big that drop up north, so they knew that was going to be the path of least resistance. They wanted to avoid Rozhok like the plague, and that's exactly what they did. So very easy entry point into the circle. And now looking onto the second page, we're seeing Vodafone Giants back to what we saw at day 1 of the Super Weekend. It's just the first game, might change in the next 4, but they lost 3 players almost instantly as they dropped into this game, so you need to try and avoid that as much as possible. And TSC, I was happy with TSC actually on their last 2-day results. Knowing this is their very first PMPL, they were actually on the first page. Here dropping off a little bit, but it's just the first game, as I said, for Vodafone also, so we still got 4 more.
TSA was the big victim, though, up in the north, if I recall correctly. They were they embroiled in that Eastern Stars fight where Eastern Stars kind of took them out? Because
they got third-partied.
In the end, like, unfortunately, you would expect a lot of those teams up in the north to actually gain the majority of the points here, but TSC just got bopped.
Yeah, well, before we do hop into Exquisite a little bit further on, we're going to take a look at the top players from this last match, get an idea who our top 3 were. Now, obviously, as you mentioned, like the Rozhok kind of zones and the shift up towards the north above the river was very frustrating because I think a majority of the teams were in that southern side and had to fight their way across. But credit to, you know, the northern teams to get any kills they were able to. I'm imagining Spicy got quite a few of them with his 850 damage and 4 kills.
I think it was about a 60-40% split with the river at one point. So I think all the teams understood, okay, we're going to commit to the position around Rozhok. And then, yeah, that big rush up north that I think a lot of teams died in that exact moment. But looking at the top 3 players of this game, it feels good to see Elicio back on the road again this time around, actually get himself some significant damage. We want to see this player a little bit more. We had high expectations for him last PMPL. He was the MVP finals at the end of the day, so we want to see a little bit more, and it's good to see them survive next to Reznov. But also got 2 players off Game Lord. Always good to see 2 French players.
Well, I mean, exactly. I mean, if Exquisite Décode UK made the game-winning rotation, Game Lord, I feel, made the saving rotation. If you think about their position that they had on the east side of Rozhok, when that circle then shifts north, what do? They go back into the blue. They dip into the blue on that far east side, on that far east bridge, and then come around here to then try and find a position. And they didn't do that, you know, haphazardly. They didn't have any hesitation about that. They did that in the click of a finger, and I think that was brilliant here by Game Lord, once again showcasing why they are such a good team in this lobby.
I believe Conqueror did a very similar rotation. Didn't quite work out because they were very close to the river afterwards, so teams could very easily take that fight, but sometimes avoiding the fight and going back in the blue is the better option.
I mean, guys, we also need to point out Elicio was 2nd place there in our top players in the last match. And we've talked about so many times how he was the MVP of the finals when it came to last season. And to see him step up here, maybe that's what Reznov needs to help back him up for Exquisite to start to close down these chicken dinners so they got their first of the entire tournament. And Max, don't hate me, but I did request this one in particular. Eastern Stars up against Exquisite from this last match. They're head-to-head. I mean, I'm imagining, to be fair, Eastern Stars did have some decent damage, I'm assuming. But they still didn't get the chicken dinner, and Kalaris was right. But we can still see Exquisite Décode. Exquisite Décode were correct in their victory.
Yeah, so they had a lot of room after the wide rotate that they did have. I was a little bit concerned that maybe they were being a bit apprehensive as to how many people might come out of that river, and they weren't kind of committing full control to that. But they did commit full control to an important fight, which was against Big. If they had not taken that fight as strongly as they had done, this game could have been entirely different, and we could have easily seen Eastern Stars being the victor off the back of that. But it's not to be the case here. Yeah, I will give Max credit where credit's due. Eastern Stars did play a good game.
You know what? I'm gonna take the credit away from myself because you guys are attacking me. I'm gonna attack myself. Eastern Stars should not have even made it in top 3 in my eyes. I think that's down to a mistake of Big. That 2-2 split was way too ambitious, in my opinion. If they knew they had a clean third-party potential on TSC Legends plus also Eastern Stars, regroup, you know, Eastern Stars had 2 players instantly knocked. That would have been the easiest fight possible for Big to actually win, but because they had that ambitious 2-2 split, Eastern Stars were able to recover, get back as a 4-man, and actually aim for the late game. But if Team Big knew exactly how to play that late game position, Eastern Stars should not have really survived. So there you go. I was even more wrong technically.
Okay.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
I don't know.
I don't understand. All right, so here, we're taking a look actually at our stats over the entire Super Weekend for Exquisite Décode because we wanted to look at Reznov compared to the rest of his team. And funny enough, actually, Reznov isn't even the leader for... Actually, this might include this last match. I'm assuming it kind of includes this last match. But either way, you can see Elicio able to lead in damage, lead in kills, lead in knockouts. So funny enough, we're talking so much about Reznov, but Elicio is still putting on the most dominant performance in the team. It's interesting, right?
Yeah, it very much so is, especially since Reznov ended up as yesterday's MVP. So the fact that Elicio had such a big game in this previous one, I think what probably occurred was up until the very end of yesterday, they were very even in terms of where they were. And then Elicio's had a really big step up here in this previous game.
Yeah, you can see there's like a 2-minute average survival time between Elicio and Reznov there. It was 22 minutes to 20 minutes. Yeah. Which is obviously showing how Reznov yesterday was able to just stay alive so long. What's
Did
up?
I just say 32 knockouts compared to 13 was the closest one?
Yeah.
What?
And 23 kills confirmed. So he is on track to being the MVP again of this
32
PMPL.
knockouts. That's insane compared to the rest of his team. Holy moly. Elicio.
So the
here's-
DK's team stats of this. This is of this game alone. So yeah, Will died to the blue. Not too sure what happened there. I think there was maybe some issue on his side of things, but Elicio really stepping up in big ways and potentially being the MVP again for this entire PMPL. I think that is definitely him trying to be the back-to-back MVP. But that average survival time, you got to keep in mind also when we're talking back to the MVP slot.
Wait.
Survival time is a big portion actually of the calculation for that. So it does help Reznov being MVP.
If Will died to blue, how does he have the highest survival time of his team?
He got back up.
He got back up after. He got knocked. He didn't die in the blue, sorry. He got knocked in the blue.
My bad, my bad. I was really confused. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. But again, I think Daddy as well. We haven't talked a ton about him, but we did see like he has that like star potential for his team. But we're also seeing like how scary Exquisite Décode can be if Elicio and Reznov are the ones stepping up right now, able to get them close to first place, if not first place now after that victory. Like this team has a lot of potential, and we might have a UK team make it into PMGC at this rate.
Yeah. When we started this entire second season of this PMPL, we talked about how good it is to see some teams that remain together from last PMPL to this one. Vodafone Giants, Eastern Stars, those teams have that strong synergy, and it really shows when you go into the game. But we didn't talk too much about the fact that this is also the same roster as La Nostra MVP, and you can really feel that synergy is there when they remain until the late game as a four-man crew. Of course, they need that to happen compared to just having Reznov being solo, but when it happens, the amount of control this team has, how they go for widespread to make sure you have no chance of taking that win away. That is what we expect from Exquisite Décode, so I'm hoping we're going to see a lot more of that happening.
Hey, well, they were also a PMCL UK team last season when they got into PMPL, and they're just showing what UK has when it comes to PUBG and how it's only getting better. And the day is only getting better as we're going up to Miramar next here as our second round of the day, followed up by Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. I'm really excited when we do get to our fourth round just to see how Sanhok will work out. But I'm also excited to get rid of you two because we have to bring in our commentators one more time. Not that I hate you guys, but because I haven't seen John and Blank's face, and I love to hear their voices as well. John and Blank, UK pride. I want to get out of here as quick as possible because I don't want to hear you guys cheering. I'm surprised John doesn't have a flag, a Union Jack out. Maybe he's actually wearing it under his pants. Who knows? But gentlemen, take us into our second.
Damn.
Hey, you're implying I don't have a Union Jack tattoo somewhere on my body, which is an assumption, but I will not corroborate if it's correct or not. So there you are.
Oh, well, a little family-known secret in the UK side of things is that at the age of 1 we all get a Union Jack tattoo. It is customary in this country. It's right above the heart. I can't show you it right now. Sorry, guys. Maybe later. Who knows? But we are getting straight into Miramar here, John. What I feel really bad about is how calloused Max has been due to the constant assailant. A constant barrage of harassment from the two guys on the desk. I mean, they straight up hit him with he's French this morning. I don't know how that's allowed, so we have to back our boy, Mr. Max. So, maybe this is a Game Lord game. Let's bless Game Lord now. Give the Game Lord blessing.
Let's see a Game Lord 1, Exquisite Décode UK 2, just so we're still in there, as
Yes.
with the UK gamers. But Game Lord, it's their game. It's their game. I'm in.
It is, yeah. We have to support the French. It has to be done. We've done it for many, many years.
Historically, yeah, absolutely.
Historically, yeah.
Historically, we've been very supportive of. Let's not get into the history of European conflict, because that is not a good place to go. But we're going to be. We're going to be having our own little bit of West European conflict here at the PMPL, and at the moment, teams dropping out in the east to the straight up north here on Miramar. Not really too many places inaccessible in this map. I think everywhere is pretty much on the cards at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Vodafone Giants might have a little bit of difficulty getting over towards Monte Nuevo in terms of just trying to rotate over there. I kind of expect it depends where this next circle does go. This is fine for them. Vodafone Giants going to be absolutely chuffed to bits with this one, being able to head towards Monte Nuevo and then have some efficient rotational paths up towards the northern side of the map. TSC once again center. Hopefully these guys can continue to have some pretty solid performances. That's what I expect out of TSC now. They definitely get caught up very easily once they're in the center, and perhaps that's something they need to figure out in terms of doing some early scouting, making sure they're watching the back, protecting the neck. It's got to be done, man. Big, though, down towards the southeast side. Another team we're keeping our eye on. But Conquerors, you know, it's also their time to shine from Picardo. It's a very nice position to be in. You have a lot of options available to you going up towards Power Grid, potentially swooping just past Graveyard on that valley side and figuring out where to go after you hit Hacienda. But there's a lot of options here, John. Is there any teams in particular you're looking at?
At the moment, I mean, these rotational paths around the eastern side of Hacienda are really, really tricky around that graveyard area. So I think it's going to be tricky. You know who I'm looking at? And I know we've said this before. I'm looking at TSC Sirens. This is their game. This is their game to try and pull something out, because this circle is the kindest it's ever going to be to them. They are in an isolated position on their own. They can choose where they want to play. This is the time where they need to step up. And if they don't step up here, then I feel like that's sort of one of the very last times I'm really going to be paying too much attention to the roster.
Wow, you putting your foot down? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I've been hurt too many times, mate.
That's fair enough, you know. I've seen you whimpering after the show concludes, and you're just like, I just want them to do well, please.
Yes.
For LMV, Mr. John, I'm not a big fan of this, actually. I think, you know, they've driven for so long up towards Campo Militar. Perhaps just, you know, pick up some loot in Tierra Bronca, figure out a better rotational spot into the middle of the circle, especially with Xtreme Slayers doing Xtreme Slayer things, which is where they love to gatekeep. It's one of their favorite things to do here on Miramar. We see them do it a lot of times. Now they're dropping a 2-2 split up towards Cruz de Valle as well as Torre Armada. So this is a big potential for them to catch LMV off their guard, really. I think that's the best way to put it here. And I would love to see it happen. Reznov very, very far away from his team here on Miramar. The rest of Exquisite Décode UK currently residing with El Azahar. Reznov being that forward scout at the moment. Just watching for any rotations over those roadsides, which is fair enough. Works out quite well. Gives you a lot of information early on. Potentially if someone moves up early from the eastern coast. Eastern Stars, once again, this team that we said again, you know, they had a pretty good game on last Erangel, and I felt that they held it down versus Big really well, actually. Surprising. They were very, very much sat in their fortress, able to batten down the hatches and keep it safe for the time being. But yeah, this is a circle where I think they're rotating late. Not a good idea. It's something that, you know, Eastern Stars have struggled before, so we'll keep an eye on them.
If they can slip through the net this time with a little bit more luck. Destiny and Puerto Paraiso, pretty close to them, and no one really with early conflict here. And I mean, you kind of expect it on Miramar, right? The Western Road, I feel like not too many people are going to head out that far.
Yeah, I mean, Super Young roster might head out over towards here to take that western road up towards El Pozo potentially, but I think you are right, John. I think there's a lot of rotational paths afforded to a lot of these teams, and because the actual playing paths are so far towards the eastern side, it's going to be the majority of this eastern side of the map that's going to be clumped up. So Vodafone Giants can at least know that they're going to be relatively safe for the time being, especially being all the way over to Montenuevo. They're not going to encounter any teams first, at least. Teams will have to, you know, have a little bit of a couple of fights towards themselves, some duels between these teams before they actually head over towards Vodafone Giants. I think that, you know, Vodafone Giants, they had a really standout day yesterday and were able to switch things up, which is great to see. And, you know, from yesterday, I think it was one of those things where we mentioned it a lot in league play, John, but it was very, very calm, and they were calculating their approach into a lot of these circles. And yes, sometimes it was slow. Yes, sometimes it wasn't very aggressive, but it got them the points. And I want to see more of that today. I think for Vodafone Giants, they made an incredibly bold rotation in that last game without really checking anything, and it led to their demise very quickly at the hands of 4 Romanian boys.
Speaking of 4 Romanian boys, though, I feel like they haven't been where they were on those couple of days where they were really, really stand out as just the best team in the lobby right at that stage, but it's sort of fallen off for them, and we haven't seen that prowess, that strength, that dominance that we got a little bit accustomed to seeing, and we do need to see them step back up to the plate if they want to be in it with the big dogs, in at the top, to try and even compete for a spot to go all the way. I mean, it felt like that was the sort of team they were going to be in those sort of 2 days that we saw a lot from them.
Yeah, I think that one of the Romanian Boys' strengths was that identification of extremely important spots within the center of the circle, which they're able to find their way into with relative ease. I think that now, because a lot of these teams are starting to play a lot more towards the center of the map, I don't know what the hell that bus just hit. Like
tricky geometry.
A rogue hard weed, I don't know, but it literally stopped that bus in its tracks, which doesn't happen very often.
It had an emotional crisis.
It did. It was like, oh, I can't keep going. I can't keep going. Like
But if I'm the party bus, who's going to throw the party for me?
exactly. Oh, a true tragedy in our modern times. But yeah, for Romanian Boys, I think I want to see more of this sending going into the circle and then proactively using the gun skill, which they so obviously have, to maintain a good position within that spot. Eastern Stars going against Destiny right now, already one knock apiece either side. Eastern Stars moving back a little bit. Athis taking a fair bit of punishment from a beautiful off angle coming through from Whiskey on the top of the ridge side. This fight becomes a lot more difficult now for Eastern Stars. And they're more than likely going to lose Athis, yeah.
The nade lobbed over top as well. That bleed out's going to come real quick, especially with the blue zone enveloping them all. Eastern Stars more than likely going to lose their player there. 2 players still alive in this location and probably wanting to full disengage from this. Not even really worth pilfering any of the meds that were still left on Athis, but what they're going to be able to do. Wants to get up for the buggy, but knows that he can't do it with Whiskey on the oversight. Doesn't have the acceleration there to be able to get away from it before the spray connects. So instead, drop those smokes up, grab that buggy, and get out of dodge as fast as you can.
I think Bazzi's headed up towards the other side of the road. Again, they're not getting any ground because both these teams are perpendicular on their approach towards the circle. No one's further in than the other at the moment. Destiny starts to move out towards the western side, leaving Eastern Stars on their lonesome, but they are out in the blue. Second circle will hit soon, and now this starts to tick just a little bit harder. Eastern Stars need to start thinking about their approach into this circle. Opting head down towards the south side instead of up towards the north has caused them problems here, encountering Destiny a little bit sooner than they might have liked, but now Eastern Stars just worrying slightly, not having all of those angles locked down. And I personally think that Athis moved up a little bit too quickly, in my opinion.
Maybe a little bit overzealous, but Eastern Stars are down to 3. They've had a tough time of rotations on Miramar so far, and it looks like that is not going to change. They've got 3 to be getting on with. We'll see what more they can do. The circle went out to the western side, with El Pozo actually still in. Vodafone Giants moved out to the north of Monte Nuevo, and now they're holding on the hillsides to the east of El Pozo.
They are. I think for this case as well, for Eastern Stars, you know, leaving, but it is towards El Pozo where a lot of this attention is focused right now, because TSC rocking up. Lojo?
Why are they doing that?
Doing what?
Why are they doing that? Oh, they just have an archie-barchie on the road. They're just trying to get on.
Can't be done. You know, you've got to hurry each other up by causing problems on the road. That's how that works, right? The more problems on the road, the faster you go. Isn't that how driving works?
It's true. That's how James drives.
That's true. Yeah, I've seen him drive as well. He's a madman. But I do love being in the car regardless.
Causes problems.
Yeah. Vodafone Giants have taken a position on the mountain, king of the hill. Like to see it. We'll have a very, very good oversights here on all of these teams coming into the circle. TSC, I thought they were much closer to Vodafone Giants, but you know they're close in terms of on the ground, but in terms of height, you know, Ulysses is very far away.
Oh my goodness me!
Oh,
Yeah,
please don't leave me.
Oh, he didn't even. Oh, he finally got the shot. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, so the rest of TSC not really too close by, and actually they'll be able to spot this one out. Ulysses needs to be very careful though, because if he gets knocked, he's dead, right? So it's not a god position in that sense, and actually one of the teammates is gone down as well. They've lost Nano now as Game Lord start to move on in. Obviously, the prediction for this game being Game Lord.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. The prediction has to be Game Lord this game. It's the only way.
How's this? Okay, Game Lord get the chicken dinner, but Exquisite Décode UK get more points.
Okay.
Island win, but Crumb gets the snitch.
I've never heard that phrase and I love it, so I'll allow you it. But yes, that's how I hope it happens. For Tony here with his big gun, with the machine gun, and hopefully he can get something done with that. But for the time being, with oh no, you are so
There he goes.
right, John. There he goes. It's going to be incredibly hard to get that boy back up again, and now that oversight has been lost. And I think a lot of that comes down to the rest of his team being unable to hold out the other teams that have dropped onto these hillsides, hillsides and mountains. Currently playing Billy Go at the moment, taking some shots down towards other teams. Eastern Stars licking their wounds, limping into the circle towards the south side, and it is Big who's facing off against Destiny on the south. Eastern Stars basically lucky they had to kind of recuperate because Destiny, they've moved directly into Big, and you can see that the fight is not going their way.
Really isn't. It's going to be very, very tricky. Although it is just Bimmy down at this stage. Still, the other three are alive, up and kicking. Big, all four of them, they do have the surround as well. Beg for mercy. Did go down in Bimmy's place. They did manage to get that first res, but Beast up to bat, and that's Whiskey getting swiftly downed. Nazaro and Jim and Bimmy at the back. Looking to try and hold things down, but it's looking all the more shaky every passing moment. Nazaro, he sees the nade come through. He sees the Molotovs start to burn him out of position. Bimmy and Nazaro holding in their compound, holding in their building. Suave needs to take a little bit of a chill pill, wait for the rest of the team to come through, but this shouldn't be too much of a problem for Big to breach.
Not really. The rest of the teams are moving in. There's no one in close quarters as well to this position. They know they need to finish it quickly, though, because the circle has shifted. They also have a really good chance to get a nice position within Monte Nuevo and this area that has been afforded to them. Not move too far to the north, which means that Big have to take a little bit more time with this fight before moving up.
Find one. Now it's just Bimmy at the top of the stairs. A very difficult staircase to go all the way up, of course, but if you run out of bullets and have to swap weapons, that's the opening you're looking for. First aids needed to be found. Reses can come through. They have the meds. It's zone 3, which means that they can still get reses out in the zone. You need to bandage immediately and then start healing up as well. He will be able to get back to fighting form, but they need to get out of here pretty sharpish. On the southern side, they've got Eastern Stars to worry about.
They've moved their way in. I mean, towards this side, this area that Eastern Stars currently moving through is a little bit barren. There's not too many places to hold, though there is a nice little...
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is... If someone's got good shots on them, TSC should be absolutely dead.
Costi just peppering the ground around them, and I have no idea how they managed to even get this far. First knock does come through, and actually it's to a crash. The vehicle did start to go up in smoke, and they know that, given that they're all four, it's going to be real tricky. There's nothing you could do against Costi's position. There's nothing you can do against Costi's position. If they don't know he's up there as well, it's almost impossible. They took down Ulysses, remember? TSC shot down Ulysses, I think, on this position, on this hilltop. You can see his body there. And so now Costi's taken that position. They're like, well, hey, where's he? He can't be at the same place. Well, he is.
Oh, goodness me. Alicio's taken a tumble here on Miramar out of his own vehicle and has paid the price for it, sadly. Will be Deus Gavala within the midst of Exquisite Décode UK. But they have lost that guy on their team who does put in a fair amount of work for their side. So Exquisite Décode UK looking a little bit worse for wear now. TSC Euphoria does go down to one of the players from Deus. They have taken quite a while to come down from La Cobreria, to be quite frank with you, though.
Yeah, it has taken them a little bit of time, and Exquisite Décode UK now swinging around the back of them. They are... going to be able to take the fight forwards with TSC and actually take them down. However, Luna is down, and it's just 2 players from TSC Sirens remaining. Exquisite Décode UK have 3, in the meantime, have managed to keep all 4 alive, and they have the position that Vodafone Giants were holding. We'll see if they have better luck there.
Yeah.
Look at the shift.
I know that that's what I was oohing at, actually, is that this shift heads down, and there's some good compounds here that you can hold. You can see Eastern Stars at the position that I was talking about earlier, which is just underneath the hillside itself, which is a really nice spot. It does cover you over towards the eastern side unless someone runs down, but in that case you should have good oversight on that position. But the rest of this area, very barren. I think up towards the northwest side, there's the ridge side you can play around and kind of deny sightlines down towards the southeast. But for Romanian Boys, they want this compound. And Makina is just twirling towards his position.
Oh, Kapahala are able to find the knock just before Doran goes in the door. That's going to slow them down. Eastern Stars do not want to lose any more players here. They've already had Octavian knocked in the building. And out on the deck there, Ex-Machina looks to go for the flush, and we'll be able to find it. Eastern Stars can't control that ground, so they are down to 2. 4 Romania Boys with only one knock, they've got themselves a really decent spot here.
I think that you choose one or the other here in this position, or try and go for an aggressive 2-2 split, because it's very, very difficult to hold down the longhouse if you're also playing within warehouse as well, because there's not many sightlines towards the back of this building. So if you're Kapahala, if you're Bazi, it's difficult to provide support to the other player. Also, on top of that, you're playing with 3 players because you lost one earlier in Athis. I think you have to just commit to one spot and then understand and really just know that someone else is going to take either longhouse or warehouse, and you're going to have to share in that position. That's what happens when you go down to 3 players.
Gamelord now in combat with Excuse Me nades, start to throw on through. Victor already down and out close to Excuse Me's position. Gamelord looking a little bit shaky there. Mango further away, will have to reconvene with the rest of the team. Team Doom not really providing too much of a stopper in the way of moving further into the circle, so this fight is really quite isolated.
Yeah, Victor going down is a rough one as well, and he looks like he's bleeding out very, very quickly. It's doubtful that he'll be able to get back to the rest of his team, so he can be rezzed up. Mango's got a beautiful little position, which is going to cause him a lot of problems, and that's going to make the res of Victor even more doubtful in this situation. You can see him slowly bleeding out. No one's close to him. And now, Excuse Me, really can start to put the hurt on these guys.
Victor does go down. It looks so close to Narvalo being able to get it, but Team Doom, I said they might not provide much of a stopper, but hang on a minute. They've started to step up into the fight. Unfortunately, one of their players goes down, but it slows things down nonetheless. Makes proceedings a little bit harder. Albert forwards. Mitchie as well on Excuse Me's team. Taking these hillsides, moving through, starting to stunt Gamelord out.
That's going to be a really good test of character for Gamelord now, though. Without Victor on side, how far do they go? And can they prove a similar kind of performance? Because I think Victor has been kind of a linchpin for them so many times. And once he does leave, it becomes very difficult. Nexical drops in, and that circle is going to start to really hurt. Luckily, it is close enough to Gamelord. And Excuse Me's taken a few knocks. Perhaps it's time for Gamelord to just cut the losses, head down towards the south side.
Do lose Mitchie, but a couple of shots over towards Kosti, and that slows things down. Still a southern shift necessary. 4 Romanian boys are feeling good right now. I said I wanted to see them step up this game, see them back to form. We might be able to get it with a circle that favors them.
Indeed, and Eastern Stars, they had to leave. They can no longer hold down this position, and 4 Romanian boys have been doing exactly what I talked about earlier, immediately heading towards those important spots on the map and then being proactive about it. They kicked Eastern Stars out, basically, of the warehouse, which is great to see. They don't want to share. They have the 4-man advantage of being able to hold down a large area of space, and now they have one of the best compounds, if not the best compound, within this area.
Very difficult to take them down. Sakura making a mad dash and straight into the waiting arms of Xtreme Slayers. So TSC Sirens eliminated that. Unfortunate, the circle looked good for them, but again, they cut down. Super Young roster taking the fight over the hillside with LMV. Both teams suffering heavy casualties right now, but it's LMV to go down again. But it's Super Young roster, I think, to take them out in the last game as well. And now they're looking for the reses. Faker down and out in the blue. No way you can get this res in. There's just no time. And you're on an open hillside. 2 players left for Super Young roster on the southwest.
Super Young roster, long way to go, John. Big, slightly easier for them to make it in. Albert takes a knock as he moves into the circle. This is what we love to see from 4 Romanian boys. They're taking shots at absolutely everyone. They're not squandering this position they currently have, especially because the area around is so flat. They can afford to take peeks at a lot of these teams. Big is going to have to leave this area at some point, but great rock up onto Xtreme Slayers' position, understanding that he's there from earlier when he took down, I believe it was Sakura, and now they can head up towards this little hay shack and try and play from within.
Exquisite Décode UK really suffering here. Just Reznov left now, out in the fields, out in the shack. Suave comes in to try to go for the flush, but there's a player in the hay bales. Alush looks to try and take the challenge, but Suave is on the ball, jumps around the corner and seals the deal. Super Young roster eliminated as Big continue to take control of this field.
This is good stuff from them. But again, this fight up towards 4 Romanian Boys' position is going to be difficult, and now Big kind of has to play the time game, wait for the next shift, and pray to God that it's a hard one over towards the west side, because it heads over towards the east. Conquerors are probably the only people that have a chance in hell at stopping 4 Romanian Boys. And even then, Eastern Stars are kind of playing bodyguard to him. That shift is brutal. I'm sad to say it, but this kind of brings up 4 Romanian Boys' chance of winning to around about 80-90%.
Yeah, everyone's going to have to move their way. They're a full 4 team. Conqueror, really the only team that might give them any trouble here. If they can take down Eastern Star's position, launch an assault on the compound. Excuse me, moving uphill towards Game Lord, but they're cut down. Shots from every direction, and excuse me, are eliminated. Reznov soon to follow.
Well, that's Spicy able to pick up Mango, but Swave quickly picks up Reznov in the process. Now we're down to just 5 teams here, with Game Lord looking very shaky. Like, how do they come down from this ridge side now? They'll be walking into the eyes of a lot of hungry beasts with guns in hand, which is never a good thing. Claws are one thing and bullets are another.
I agree, definitely are. One is... I think, to be fair, I would be more scared of someone with claws than someone with a gun. Well, I don't know, actually. I have no idea what I'd be more scared of. I've never been in that situation. Hope I never am. Do you think?
Yeah.
I don't know, that Dragon Claw spec is pretty brutal.
Bit trained.
For the claws.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, let's hope that plenty of these teams have been training with the claws, because they're going to need to claw their way up to this compound right now.
Yeah, they're going to need a serious special attack here. A couple of strength potions and all the prayers in the world to make this one happen, John. Eastern Stars over towards that little craggy outpost. I don't think they can do too much from this position, but there's a hope in hell. But it's better than they've done before here on Miramar. Michi looking over towards that position, but Redox not giving Eastern Stars any respite, and that's Game Lord going out. It was sad to see, but there was really nowhere they were going until the Blue started to push them.
God, how on earth does Redox get these shots and then not take any damage in return? That is insane. Bazzi goes almost all the way down. Nades pouring in towards Conqueror's position from the duo from Big that remains alive. Mihi is down and really quite separate. Eastern Stars looking to crash back up to their position that they were holding before as the nades continue to keep on pouring through towards Conqueror. Swave sends out wide. Big looking to try and displace them, looking to try and force them on these angles. Conqueror holding strong for now, though, as the Molotovs and the nades, that could be good, that could be right in the middle, not going to be able to find the damage they were looking for. Eastern Stars have made their way up to the side of the compound.
Pretty difficult to get a good nade over the top here towards the tractor, but for Bazzi, he's got clear sightlines on them. And they're forced back by the nades coming through from Big.
Oh no, that's such a big impact third party from Bazzi. The nade over the top, that could be good, that could be right on the money. Reeves goes down and it's just Vito. They're looking for these reses, but Big could be suppressed, could be stymied, and this might be the opening for Conqueror to stay alive. They lose one, they lose Reeves. Beast now snaking out in the grass, does go down, and Conqueror eliminated as well. Just Eastern Stars and 4 Romania Boys remain.
What a great game from Eastern Stars. Yes, they most likely will not pick the win out of this one, but the fact they remained there for so long, understanding the geometry of this ending terrain was great. Now they've got to go against their rivals, the 4 Romanian Boys, throughout the entirety of this game. Bazzi down quite low, will have to heal. Capahala just running around the edge side, but Redox comes up.
Oh, he's going for the rundown, has to hop out, he's on the swivel and he gets the kill. Finds a second as the team storms through the warehouse, and it is Eastern Stars being eliminated. 4 Romania Boys back on top.
And that is the power of having a vehicle to advantage towards the end game and a man advantage too. Providing distractions like that just allows the rest of your team to flow over. But I think the key points out that game is 4 Romanian Boys, like you said, back on top, John, with a much more confident display of performance. And Eastern Stars with probably one of their best Miramar games in a long time. You know, we saw the averages towards the beginning of that game, average of 1 kill, amount of 800 damage, not a long survival time either. But now, having that great game there will set them in good stead, and it's a bit of a confidence boost coming back into that one. I think that's one of the main things that a lot of these teams start to get problems with. Is it a case of you head into a map and you know, God, this is one of our worst maps. Why can't we just play Erangel? But on Miramar, they do fairly well. You know, I am proud of them for this match. So hopefully Eastern Stars can continue this kind of approach. And now they also know that Destiny rotates south of them. So more learning processes, more learning processes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you saw there on the stats that we had at the bottom of the screen just before that they moved 15 kilometers in that game. It was insane. Like they had a real long rotation. They start out all the way down in the southeast side and they had to go all the way up to basically near El Pozo, which is diametrically the opposite side of the map. It's not an easy path, but they managed to make it. They managed to get a really good foot in the door. But for Romanian Boys, they were just there a little bit quicker.
I guess you could say they didn't diametrically till the end.
I mean, like that was bad. That was not good.
How about you diametrically leave my life?
That was diametric.
Stop it! Stop it!
He's at him. He's at him.
I will be forced to exit stage left.
Oh, well.
Oh, oh dear. But Game Lord, I think they had a pretty decent approach to this game. Unfortunately, the way the circle goes, and they got harassed by Excuse Me so much. Victor moving up early and going down was probably the downfall of them, because I think that, you know, once he goes down, you don't have that forward scout. Excuse Me is able to gain a lot of ground in that situation. I don't actually think that Victor going first was a bad play, though. Personally, I think that the sad thing comes in and that now and again other teams will get the best of you. And I think Victor moving up, providing that forward outpost whilst the rest of the team played backstop, was a good play. Unfortunately, this time it doesn't work out. Game Lords still make it quite far, but as Eastern Stars to really pick up on a lot of these kills, almost everything came together in those final moments for Eastern Stars. So the nades coming through from Big, forcing the guys from Conqueror to the other side of that little outpost, pretty much out in the open, allowing Eastern Stars just to throw some nades in and some well-placed shots to finish out the game. And then not only on top of that, is they immediately focused on Big, who were in the worst position to Conquerors without letting them move up at all. So really, really well done to Eastern Stars, understanding those final moments of the game and how to play them as two, because that is the really big difficult thing, John.
Well, it's not easy. It's never easy, especially in those field finishes. Unfortunately, I felt like Conqueror might have been able to have it, but no, it was taken away from them by the Eastern Stars, by Big, by 4 Romanian Boys, who were able to claim the chicken dinner. We're going to head to a break, and we'll come back with the Analyst Desk.
Hey everyone, we're back with another interview, this time with Will from Exquisite Décode. And off the bat, man, I mean, previously people have known you as Lucky Nostra MVP, but what have you been up to since Season 1?
Most of us have taken a break in some sort of way. I personally haven't played the game for since the end of last PMPL, and a couple of my teammates have taken breaks as well, but our IGL and our main fragger, Alicio and Daddy, have been playing PMCO.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously with this time off you've had and now coming back into the game here for PMPL Season 2, what's your expectations for the team?
I'd say with our experience in the team, we should be aiming to we should be aiming to improve our position in the league.
Okay. So is that your big focus, improving your position? What about, qualifying for EMEA, PMGC down the line?
So, I mean, okay, so we finished top 5 in the last PMPL, so realistically the next target would be top 3, so we should be aiming to qualify for EMEA, especially as we're one of the teams that are more experienced.
Okay. Well, what about your hopes and dreams coming into the rest of 2021? Let's just assume, you do get your top 3 in PMPL, you make it into EMEA championships. For the second half of the year, what's your guys' goals?
I'd say we'd be pretty happy with getting into EMEA already. So, I mean, beyond that is, we'd be happy with anything that happens after that.
Okay. I mean, you guys obviously start off as a PMCO team back in Season 1, so it's great to see you guys, re-qualify for PMPL Season 2. But what have you guys done differently since Season 1?
We've actually changed one of our players. So one of our players from last PMPL retired, so he no longer has time to play the game. So we've brought in a new player, Reznov, and hopefully he's going to be a good addition to the team.
So with Reznov coming in for Danny, what does Reznov provide to the team? Maybe a little bit differently or similar to what Danny did before?
Well, Reznov is also a very experienced player in the PUBGM community. So he played in EMEA in the first half of the year and also PMPL with Conqueror. And their team did pretty well. So we're hoping that he'd be able to carry on his success within our team as well.
Okay, well, cool. I mean, obviously, don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I do want to give you a chance to give a shout out to your fans out there.
I just appreciate if you guys could support us and show your support in the chat.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Well, I'm excited to see what you guys can do here in Season 2.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there we go. Another round going to be finished off here in our final day of our first Super Weekend at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. And this time it's 4 Romanian boys who have now actually accumulated 5 chicken dinners across the first week of league play and the Super Weekend, though only 2 of them. Yep, I had to look at my notes. I actually count here in the Super Weekend, but hey, it's an extra $1,000 in their pocket. But that Miramar match, it was rough. Obviously, we can talk a lot about 4 Romanian boys, but I felt bad for Conqueror there. Pinched in between Big and Eastern Stars. There was just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide as nades flew in.
This is a fight, and especially a circle where you have no option. You're in the field, you have to go to the hay bale positions, and if you don't make in that position in the first place, you're pretty much dead. And if you make it, well, you're so close really to both Eastern Stars and also 4 Romanian boys, you're just going to get absolutely rained upon with nades, and that's exactly what happened to not only Conqueror but also the side of Team Big. But Team Big able to get a few more kills before they went down themselves. 11 kills, very top heavy on that side, really good showcase. But 4 Romanian boys able to get himself the strongest position above the teams and able to actually get the win off the back of that. It is not too surprising.
And look how spread the points are. This is not only like one of our smallest victories in inverted commas for the team that got first place, but also look how much everybody else did in the field. If you weren't getting kills, you were getting placement points. This is, it's again, we've talked about it many times, how if a circle plays out like this and everyone's having a really rough time of being able to find themselves a spot, going to a hay bale can oftentimes be suicide, but you have to make that move. Like all of these things add up to the point where a lot of people are getting kills, or somebody's sitting pretty and getting some points there.
Vodafone, what's happening over there? We're having a repeat of day 1 right now. 2 games and 0 points.
Did say, it's just the first game, and
no, it's just the second game.
and hopefully it's not the third game, because what happened to this team? I mean, to be fair, they're not the only one we should be focused on here. Chasmac Gaming have just fallen off the face of the planet. For all you flat earthers out there, they have just fallen off the edge of the earth and have not come back, because they are the 16th place team at the moment. And this is a team clash who, honestly, before even Season 1, looked fantastic. Like there was a big tournament that happened. I think it was like a Unicorns of Love, like Severnick tournament, and they were first place. They were the #1 team, and they have just not replicated that performance since then.
I was hesitant to go and ask MZ what's happening, but I'm sure he's going to tell me communication issues, as he always says. So I was like, hey, it's going to be that anyways. B's going to be the top damager on that one. But yeah, it's not working out too good for them at this time around. Kosti, though, it feels good to see him back on the track once more this time around. A lot of damage, especially I think it was 10 kills from this game. Really strong, struggling to make it to the late game, but it goes to show that when it comes to taking fights, it can actually get himself some great moments of greatness. And Doran, once again, which is a player that I mentioned about 4 Romanian boys. We're talking a lot about other players, but Doran specifically has been surprising me and impressive me for the team.
I just remembered, Colaris. Gaijin Seraphim, which is what, used to be pretty much known previously,
Right.
They had like one chicken dinner the entirety of PMPL Western Europe Season 1, and it was like a chicken dinner that they didn't get like a ton of kills, if I remember correctly. They just kind of like were the last team standing. We have to really, I guess, talk, maybe, you know, coming into next week, we'll talk about it even more, like the improvement of performance. Because, yeah, they're not like they're not being outstanding right now, but they're looking much better than they did last season.
Yeah, I would say they're one of the outliers actually of the tournament right now, in the case that they almost fit perfectly in the middle. Because when I look at the lineup of the rosters right now, I feel like we're seeing a big separation of maybe like top 5, top 6 teams that are kind of always there at the very end of these games, always racking up big points, and then kind of the bottom pack, fits right in the center of that right now. And I think that there is potential there. I mean, you see when they have a vantage point that they're able to get the frags, able to frag out and pump some money damage onto the board. I don't know, I've got money on my mind all the time.
You see Fluke walking around now, and instantly you think of money and her financial forecast.
That's right.
Okay, well, gentlemen, predictions on who our #1 player is in terms of kills in the Super Weekend. I'm gonna hit you up, Max.
Always me. Can't Kalaris go first all this time? I need time.
I like Kalaris more.
I mean, yeah, I knew that anyways. Top player right now, I'm gonna go with Alicia. I think that he might still be up there.
In kills.
Oh, in kills. Oh, I'll go with Alicia still. My brain's too slow right now. I can't change it.
I'll go Athos.
Athos, okay. Well, let's take a look, actually. So our top 10 fraggers in the Super Weekend. Really curious to see who's really been able to stand out, because obviously kills is a major factor when it comes to our MVP. Narvel's going to take it, but to be fair, Max, you beat Kalaris.
I was so wrong.
I don't believe that. That's not possible. That actually happened. What? Narvalo not really too surprised, especially with that last game he had with Victor, where they closed off Game 5 on Erangel. That was an absolute banger from Narvalo and Victor. So him being up there is not too big of a surprise. But it's impressive that we would send Reznov is always the one surviving for Exquisite Décode UK, but at least you're actually being up there after inherently the entire team showing up a lot more today, more than they've done before. I find that very, very impressive. So good to see 2 players from Exquisite Décode UK.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at Kapahala. Look at the Warlord. He's not getting the kills, but the 5k damage. The only one to have over 5k
highest damage
so far.
That's very impressive. I think the thing that impresses me most, considering the current team's performance, is super young roster result. Getting 19 kills and 4.2k on the board, despite his team having a bit of a rougher time compared to some of the other ones on here. I mean, you look at all those other rosters, you're like, yeah, they're doing well, yeah, they're doing well, yeah, they're doing well, but result is posting results.
It's only nades, though. It's 100% grenades.
Right.
His nades are so good, though. It's insane.
Okay, Max, redemption time. No, well, I can't read redemption when you actually just beat Kalaris. Okay, Kalaris, redemption time for you.
Okay, all right.
Top team in damage on our Super Weekend. Who's it going to be?
Top team in damage. I mean, it's either Exquisite Décode or Eastern Stars. I'll go with Eastern Stars.
Really? Okay. I was actually leaning towards
Conqueror.
Game Lord.
Game Lord could be a 2.
Game Lord.
It could be any of those. I said it before. 5 or 6 teams right now stand out so much.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's good.
Not even an analyst here, but he knows who the #1 team in damage is. What's up? What up now, Sweets?
In the background before we start the show.
No, actually, I swear I didn't see it. But still, hey, James, Eastern Stars. Let's make fun of Max, man. 5th place. He loses on this one.
Na.
See, Max, when you win, you gotta gloat. You know, you gotta enjoy the 1 time out of 4 weeks. You're correct.
Okay, next time I get something correct, which is probably going to happen in like 2 weeks' time. I'm going to have
I'm actually really curious to see like average damage per kill from some of these teams as well, because some of them had some insanely high kill numbers but really low damage, so being really efficient. What we can see here, we're coming up to our 3rd match. It's going to be over on Erangel, and once again we're going to be joined by 2 British commentators. So Kalaris, go say hi to Flu for me. Max, man, go eat a pint of ice cream because you've been wrong, at least in the last graphic. I'm kidding. I love you. I can't believe I just said that on air. Please no one clip that. John Allen and Blake, please get me out of here quickly.
No. Do you remember? Hey, Blank, you remember when James said he loved him?
Well, my name's Jason, not James. So
I just don't even know. Right? I thought all hosts were called James.
Yeah, no, all the best ones are.
Just the good ones, yeah.
Just the good ones. Just the good ones. Yeah. Honestly, I was calling James a loser there because, damn, how could he ruin that so badly? Obviously, you meant to know who the top damage dealer is. That's crazy. Max is look. I'm just got to be Max's protector now. I'm just his guardian angel on this broadcast. It's got to be done because who else will stand up for the man himself? Because
who else will stand in the way of meaniness, I guess? Let's go for that.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
It is based and deprived, and I shall fight it wherever it is found. Destiny up towards Zaki. They've got a long way away from Kameshki, which is where they usually like to drop if they drop towards the northern side. So I'll be very curious to see where Destiny drops, most likely down towards Sosnovka in this particular situation. But it's big, out nice and early, as per usual, up towards Severny. Super young roster heading down towards Hospital, as per usual. Can scout towards Everest, but I'm interested to see where this circle actually will head up.
I feel like this is quite a kind playing path. In general, I feel like a lot of the map is accessible right towards the start within phase 1. No backup drops really should be being put in, but interestingly, Deus Sirens don't go for North George. Again, it's obviously very, very easy to go for that location given the playing path, but maybe they are just going for the wholesale swap over to Novo, which they went in for last time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit easier for them, and they found a very, very nice push up towards Farm and Milta, but the question is, Destiny didn't drop in this location last time, I don't believe, so, you know, Deus Sirens had a lot of room to work with. I'm not sure how that'll work out this game. To be honest with you, Milta Power most likely not going to be that hard to get over to, but we'll see where Deus do end up dropping, and do believe it will be over towards Nova. We get a hard northern shift up towards Severny, Yasnaya, so a little bit difficult for all these teams towards the south side.
A little bit more spice thrown into the mixture. Should be good, should be good. Potential for the Stalber finish. I mean, we haven't really seen it. I'm not too sure that I'd want to. Very difficult terrain to be operating around, or they could be quite interesting. Again, though, the river, a major, major feature of this next circle, and really has defined our last couple of Erangel games, right? I mean, it's always been that river crossing that has been the main obstacle in a lot of these final circles, in a lot of these final situations when it comes down to it. That's been the main thing standing in team plays.
It has been, yeah. I think that a lot of these teams have been having rough decisions to make towards that beginning of the game. Oh, this is... Come on, just hit one of them. Oh, just one.
No,
just one of them. He's going to find a gun.
He's got to bail out now. You just have to get away from this situation. You've got the vehicle. You know that the other players are going to be looking for weapons are coming around. If you waste too much time, you are just going to be gunned down. So you have 2 passes. And that's going to be it. That's going to be it. You have to get out of there, and they do. TSC get away with the US.
Yeah, I mean, they did have 2 chances as well. That's exactly what I was going to say, John, is that, come on, at least one. Just one of them. It's so easy. Actually, I don't know how easy it is. Come on, guys. Look, this is pro play. These guys have got some cool moves, quick on their feet. They've been doing the, been doing the waltz in their spare time. They're good to go.
Melta occupied by Team Doom right now. Everyone else fairly spread out. TSC quite far split right now, but I think they were just going for those vehicle drops and then reconvening. South George occupied by super young roster. Eastern Stars in North George, actually, this time around, as well as Exquisite Décode UK. Not going to Lipovka, given the plane path. I mean, fair enough. They're going to be going a lot more central around school and apartments area. And in the Headshot Hills in general, just on the eastern point of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, Headshot Hills. I mean, interesting position here. A lot of times, this just creates a bit of a roadblock for a couple of these teams to work around. It'd be okay for the time being. What I do want to see, though, John, is 4 Romanian Boys keep up this kind of proactive approach. It works. It's worked for them before, and we saw it last game. It worked for them there. They're obviously a team that perhaps, you come into PMPL, you're a newcomer, right? Maybe you're just feeling a little bit nervous. I mean, we saw it in the league play as well as Super Weekend. We thought to ourselves, these guys don't look nervous at all. They look absolutely on form. Nothing is getting in their way. But who are we to know that, those nerves aren't coming into play, and they just needed that bit of confidence boost to be realized, we do deserve to be top of the pack. We do deserve to be up there in the front of the peloton. So let's see how far these guys can go.
Need to step up and challenge right now. Big in Severny. I mean, this circle is a big circle, right? This is a big circle for the northern side. They should be familiar with the territory. But again, it's just that river. Who's going to be able to get the right side of the river and who's going to be able to control it? If the circle shrinks on one of those positions, I mean, sure, it might kick out to the east, but it's most likely going to have this river as a major focus for these next two phases.
Yeah, I mean, me and Claris have said it before, but it's one of those 50-50 chances that you just kind of have to guess upon, and then realistically after there, it's damage control. Where do you want to go next? How do you make that rotation happen? Where do you place yourself towards the beginning of those circles to give you the best chance at either side? For a few of these teams, especially big, that they're 100% towards the northern side. They usually play towards the very north side of the circle and just gamble on it going there and play afterwards. So we'll have to see how they do want to go about it going from here. Exquisite Décode UK slowly serpentining through this area of dead trees, looking to make it in safely, keeping it quite quiet. I mean, they are on the one vehicle at the moment, John, so one barrage of bullets will take them all out, so they've got to be very careful here.
Exquisite Gaming. Really getting the angles, though. I mean, Team Doom have managed to get themselves in between these buildings, between these sight lines as well. TSC going to be the main obstacle.
I think for Team Doom, Team Doom slipped into this super weekend, and realistically from here, it hasn't gone well for them at all. We haven't really seen too much out of this team so far, and many times when they get into fights, they kind of just crumble a little bit, and it feels like every time they locate a compound, they're forced back because they're not confident enough to take that compound from someone else or wrest it from their control. So I think for Team Doom, perhaps just sending it and just trying to get some experience of hitting those compounds, crashing those compounds, making something happen is the best way forward. And right now Team Doom just seems to be, you know, almost lost in these circles.
Vodafone Giants have seemed a little bit lost themselves, I think, in these last couple of games. They've never really had that solid fight, that solid entrant to really any of the fights that they've managed to find. And I don't know, they've dropped off. They were a team that we were looking at as, you know, one of the teams to be playing, right? And it's just not there anymore. And I don't know what has changed, but it feels like it's a little bit lackluster in terms of either their willingness to play in these fights or communication. I can only hypothesize as to what's going wrong, but it's not the team that we started out watching.
No, it really isn't, and I would like to see Vodafone Giants do well, because I have seen a huge improvement from these guys over the past year. And back when they played on UDR Killers, on Unicorns of Love, there was mistakes they were making, and a lot of those seems to be, you know, been very, very much worked on in the meantime. So I want to see success for these guys. Spicy is down here for Game Lord, currently taking a fight with the Xtreme Slayers. Going to be difficult to get your boy back up again, but a smoke should alleviate some of those problems.
Should be able to get those. Extreme Slayers looking to get Muzi back up. Game Lord. They've lost one of them. Oops, getting
TSC also
down as well. Yeah, goodness me, this is really tough territory for Game Lord in their current spot. But Extreme Slayers, they do take a knock in response. Rob's a little bit further away, needs to get rezzed. Meantime, everybody else looking to start to move through this territory as well. Pressure being exerted from every single front. Game Lord try and mount up to reposition. Euphoria can't quite control the line, and they have to fall back instead.
Game Lord down to 3.
Okay.
They lose Robs, but they get out of the way, which is fine. Big northern shift here, John, up towards big again. You said it was a big circle. It certainly is a big circle. They'll be pretty happy in this one, but they don't really need to fight down towards Super Young roster anymore. They can start to head away and perhaps find a better position within the circle. Perhaps they would like to, you know, get some information early about who's crossing the bridge and where. Romanian Boys are already across, which is good to see from them, continuing this same kind of approach they had to Miramar last game and much of their league play. Eastern Stars, they're beginning to make their swift approach over towards the northern side, which I'm happy about. You know, they remember themselves having success over there last time, and they're going to make it happen again. Exquisite Décode UK, very far out at the moment, John. But it's this bridge that we're looking right now on our screen, which is going to prove the most difficult. Extreme Slayers currently trying to hold it out and doing a good job of it as well.
excuse me, really figuring out that there is a toll to be paid if you do want to get across here. Vodafone Giants as well have spotted the Xtreme Slayers across the way and taken some shots as well. Might just give them an opening to get across this bridge as well. You've got Sebi and Nano both on the other side of that river right now. And the Xtreme Slayers are taking punishment from Ulysses, but he needs to be very careful. I mean, he went down last time around and we saw how well that went, right? We saw his high ground position get taken out and then Vodafone Giants just crumbled.
Yeah, it's a really good point to make as well, and I think that for Ulysses, perhaps needs to be a little bit more careful. And we already saw that, right? He got the first knock, immediately retreated. He didn't spend any time trying to press the advantage there, and rather immediately retreating back up into the tower. A little bit safer here, but Xtreme Slayers are coming over the top side behind them, so Vodafone Giants need to be a bit worried about that.
Controlling the bridge now. Sebi very, very isolated and really no way to get the res here for Vodafone Giants means that, yeah, he does go down. And there's 3 players left for the Vodafone Giants. Xtreme Slayers moved up to the gas station. 4 Romanian Boys have oversight on position. Pappy does go down. Needs to be careful. Smokes start to bloom. Shots being peppered. Holes looks for an off angle as well. Sails a little bit further than the rest of the team. Game Lord waiting in the wings there to the north.
Yeah, they just flown through. I think they know that they would like to get to a safer position for themselves because they know this is going to be a long haul of a game with the 3 players they have on side. They don't want to lose another player here. I think early on it's okay to lose that 4th man and getting to a good position, but here towards 11 minutes with only 3 players, you want to hold out as long as possible. So I think heading up towards the northern side where Chazmak currently are holding is not a bad idea for Game Lord. I think Vodafone Giants have kind of got themselves caught here with Ulysses across the bridge. The rest of this team still lagging behind with Excuse Me off in the distance, but they are taking good shots over from this side.
Controlling this bridge, it's good. They might need to be worried about across the way up that hill, but they do have control of that as well. So a nice position, as you say, for Vodafone Giants right now. Reconvening, getting across that bridge to the north side. The good thing about this hard north shift is that the river no longer plays a major factor in these circles, which means that teams no longer have to 50-50. There's not a coin toss still on the cards, really. I mean, it would be a miracle for it not to be on the north side, and that's exactly what we're going to see. The shift goes right on top of Chazmak Gaming.
Yeah, this is a bit of beach gameplay here. There is cover on the beaches now, which is nice, albeit not very much. TSC Sirens, all the way down from Novo, have made a good rotation up to here towards the eastern side of Stalba. Very safe for the time being, but we'll need to move a little bit further in. Because there is so much water in this circle and so little terrain to play in, you're more than likely going to see a lot of fighting coming through soon.
Romanian Boys moving. Super Young roster moving the same position. They know each other's positions, they know where each other are. The question is, how many more guns do you have? A really nice rundown there. 3 players in a car, it's dangerous, but it does afford you the ability to shoot on these road combat situations. 4 Romanian Boys now crash up into a compound and try and control it. All 3 of them delivered on a silver platter. How many spray downs can they get? As 4 Romanian Boys try to hold out, but it's good for Super Young roster right now. They've managed to take 2, and only 1 remains. Sarah left standing, left in a 1 versus 2. There's the burn to try and control result, but it's not going to happen. Faker, low, looking to heal up. Result puts in that utility, repositioned by the nade there from Sarah as he jumps over the wall, gets behind the cracks and takes the fight. Result now close combat and will dispatch for Romania Boys. Super Young roster, they win the rotate.
That's good stuff there, and again, the boys in the desk talked about result from this team on Super Young roster, and they're able to make a really good crash there. It could have all gone wrong, and this is one of the few instances where having 3 in the vehicle worked out for them, which is nice to see. In the meantime, TSC tried to crash upon this position that Chazmak Gaming were holding, but they were able to hold them off very, very easily. In the meantime, Eastern Stars slipped underneath their noses over towards the other compounder in this circle right on the northern side. Trazen's very close, but Eastern Stars have a good idea of where most of these players are.
A very crucial fight right now. Eastern Stars and Chazmak Gaming, such an important position in this next circle. Everybody else vying for positions further to the south, and actually fights breaking out to the southwest as well on the eastern corners of Severny. Just slowing things down right now. Eastern Stars looking to find these nades, looking to find these opening knocks. Bazzi low, Trazen low as well, and a nade on the outside nearly takes him down. Not quite going to be able to do the full shebang. That Molotov might reposition Trazen and force the peak. Excellent, excellent play there from Eastern Stars. Octavian gives him no choice. And Chessmac Gaming lose a player.
The menu comes through. There's only one course there, and it's to be knocked to the ground. Quickly flushes that one out afterwards. Chessmac Gaming losing Trazen is pretty bad for them, particularly with him being such a good player on the team. Just Mickey versus Whiskey now. Has to hit these shots, makes it happen, makes it look easy. Last player for Big, and survives the onslaught of Destiny. The big circle is not to be. With only one player left in the circle now, Mickey's going to have to make one hell of an approach.
Exquisite Décode UK as well. They've been encroaching on the eastern side. They did just lose Daddy in a little bit of a scuffle with Excuse Me, who have lost Albert. So 3 players on each of the UK teams. On the eastern side, you've got to worry about Conqueror as well. They're a little bit slow to rotate into this one. And I feel like today they have been a little bit unfortunate with these rotations, with these positions they're finding. It seems like a couple of times they just are getting caught in these spots. I mean, sure, they found, I think it was, what, 4th, 3rd place in that Miramar. They got stopped on the river crossing in the first Erangel today, so I feel like they have been a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I do think that this eastern rotate comes a little bit late to the party, John. Even considering everything, I mean, Conqueror's a great team, but I don't particularly like this rotation with the speed at which it comes through, because it does open you up to it, because there's not a lot of places to play here. So most likely teams are going to be playing Edge, got TSC Sirens, Exquisite Décode UK, as well as Excuse Me, all playing on this Edge, and now Conquerors are struggling to find their way in. They are versus TSC Sirens, so we'll see how much of a fight these guys can put up.
There's Sirens, yet to get a kill, but yet to lose a player as well in this rotation. Of course, changing up their drop location to Novo. And at the moment, it's doing them all right. Excuse Me, take heavy punishment from Exquisite Décode UK. Everyone's biding their time on the eastern front. Excuse Me, really have to be more proactive here. Exquisite Décode UK are currently in the next circle. They have this cliffside, the top of the cliff here. So it is going to be all on Mango to try and push through. Last player remaining, though, and pushing through 3 of Exquisite Décode UK is no mean feat.
Yeah, and I mean, you said that these teams are all biding their time on this side of the east, but where else do they go, really? I think it's a case of waiting for this next circle to pressure them into having to move. Octavian takes down Pappy with, I don't know, the eyes of an owl there, able to pick him out in the water. Incredible stuff from Octavian. Nothing escapes this guy's gaze, so that's good to see.
Yatum does get gatted down, and Diavala tries to answer. Conqueror. They do lose AZ in the meantime, and Yatum actually looks fairly No, it's a little bit too far away, although there's no one really waiting around the corner. Yatum can crawl in. If they want to push out, they should be able to get the res here. The question is it worth the time?
I mean, they are sending a player back to pick them up. They would like the 4-man approach into this one. I think that for their Sirens, you know, moving into this circle would require to have 4 players, so I don't particularly mind sending them back, but it is a little bit crazy to do it, especially when you know there's teams still behind you.
I mean, that's the risk you run, right? I mean, Sakura did just get knocked, did just get taken very, very low. Mango does get eliminated, and TSC Sirens all of a sudden have afforded a lot more space to work with. Sakura will be able to get rezzed here. I'll keep that one alive. Eastern Stars still in the standoff with Chessmac Gaming, and it feels like that's not going to change anytime soon. Look at the next circle.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like a rigged circle right there. I mean, they were like, we would like a cage fight. So that's what's going to happen right now.
Where's Will going?
Will's going out. Why? He's off to the beaches. Off to get out his sun hat, prop up the parasol, have a better time over there, hopefully. But yeah, it does have a little bit of an edge on the side, but now TSC Sirens heading up towards...
Oh no, they're all in one car. Oh, they're all in the same vehicle. That's That's so risky. That's so risky to bomb it all the way in and straight past Eastern Stars. Oh, come on. You can't be doing this. There's so many people here. They've crashed. They've managed to all get out of the car, but they're going down. Diavola's first to fall. Luna in through the window. You can't be going in with a nade. What do you think you're doing, Luna? Come on, push in with the gun in hand. Starting to take the fight, but they're just getting dropped. Athis around the side. TSC Sirens. I've no more to say about that.
I feel like it's happened a lot of times. There comes a point in the game where TSC Sirens are just like, we would like to conclude our play.
We don't want to play anymore in this game. We're finished.
We are done. I feel like they could have lived a lot longer playing out in the tree line. You have to know that this is a critical compound, and it's one that will have already been taken. Chazmak, though, taking heavy fire from Doom at the moment. Unreal from the backside will pick up one. This is a perfect time for Eastern Stars to start to push across, though, and take full control of this compound.
Chazmak Gaming. They're fending off against Team Doom, but I mean, taking full control, great, but Eastern Stars aren't really trying to do that. They've just fended off the crash from TSC Sirens. I mean, very successfully, to be sure, but they don't really want to go on this fight straight away. They're looking to heal up more.
I don't think they took much damage.
I think they took a little bit. I mean, they have to reposition, reconvene, and it's really, they're not in the position to go straight away to capitalize on a third party to the south side.
Oh yeah, I don't mean
knock across the road. Octavian, wow. Goes down.
Yeah, I mean just have a little bit of peppering over towards this location. Yeah. So Eastern Stars take a few, one knock in Bazzi, like you said, John. Exquisite Décode UK have made towards the beaches, which I feel like would have been the play that TSC Sirens could have made, but a great move from Will, to be honest with you. He has been playing a great scouting role for this team. Moving towards these beaches, dropping down smokes, and just living for longer. That's always what you want.
He's starting to come through from zero. MZ actually, right in the corner there. If that cook's good. Felt like that was dead on, but I have no idea how MZ managed to escape that one. Zero wants to put another one back in the back corner. Might do a little bit better there. Spots MZ, a lot of damage found. Opens the door, and MZ left flag in there. Will be able to have all the angles necessary. Really nicely played there from Zero, but he's low, sends his teammate in instead. Excellently juggled there by Team Doom.
Yeah, I feel like Zero's been playing very well for Team Doom recently. You know, he's really one that plucks them out of a lot of the issues. We got Doom Boom off in the distance there. Love to see it. Eastern Stars, as you can see, much more comfortable here on Erangel with 6.29 average kill rate here. Average survival time of 22 minutes, nigh on 23 minutes is ridiculous. Remember, most teams that win games run about at the 24-minute mark, and that sings true of the amount of chicken dinners they've found on this map.
LMV holding out on the beachhead again, but the circle once more centers right on this compound. I mean, Eastern Stars are counting their lucky ones at the moment. They've had a really, really strong compound for so long now.
I think that their rotation was nice. It was clean. It was quick as well, which is one of the biggest things. I do think that Eastern Stars are looking more and more polished as these games have gone on, John. Exquisite Décode UK, they have been able to get some members up and into at least this terrain. Will is lagging slightly behind. Daddy died a little bit earlier. Doom Boom will go down to Alicio. Good knocks coming through from him, trying to clean it out, but I think Doom Boom's quite low enough that he should not be able to get back up now. And now they're looking over towards their position, distracted from the Eastern Stars.
Alicio spotted out under the vehicle, does go down as well. It's really unfortunate there for their position. Exquisite Décode UK, I mean, they're still in it, right? Will managing to sneak the way up to the edge of the circle. Mihi as well, sorry, for Big on the northern side. Needs to be worried about, but Will gets spotted out in the grass. Actually taking the fight with Octavian and taking it to him as well. Up and going for it, but Will low and out in the open. There's really not much more you can do. Octavian took half HP, but even that is probably more than Will should have been able to get there. Okay.
What?
All right, Octavian. Okay.
Showing off now. What the hell was that?
I mean, he knew there was a smoke there. He sprayed it down. Fair enough. You get the kill.
Yeah, Mickey's probably just throwing up his hands in anger. It's kind of like the time where he got the motorcycle stuck underneath the stairs on Sanhok. Equal frustrations coming through in this situation. He's like, dude, there are 3 smokes and you immediately hit us. Octavian, once again, beautiful off angle. You've got to love Octavian. Been saying this towards the beginning of PMP as well. One of the best off angle specialists in the game. And his head's on a swivel all the time. Alicio goes down. Yeah.
That looked a little bit too far out of the way. That nade, those nades so close. Reznov low. Oh, just hide, just hunker down. Team Doom, they are really hoping the Exquisite Décode UK don't go down first, because right now both of these teams in the compound are going to have to leave. Exquisite Décode UK, if they can survive here, actually aren't in a terrible spot, but it's just not looking likely for them to be able to do it. Yeah, Reznov finally goes down. Exquisite Décode UK, they get plenty far and get plenty of points, but that's going to be it for their Erangel for the time being. Eastern Stars, 12 kills on the board.
Starting to sling out a little bit now. Kapahala off in the distance. Octavian on the rock side. When is he not? One player swings past in the vehicle, finds their way to the loot crate, and now Team Doom, they're surrounded. And Doom definitely looms over them.
Their position is known. Zero trying to go for the hop, skip, and a jump Bazzi round the corner, but going well. Athis has been knocked in the meantime. Bazzi can't quite find the shots, needs to get the spray. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Team Doom, they managed to take 2 knocks. Kapahala and Octavian now left in a 1 versus 2. Zero, you said he'd stepped up for the team before. Needs to continue to do so now. Kapahala looking for the res over onto Bazzi. Zero, not going to be able to get the res on to teammate either. Zero out wide, wants to take the challenge, but Octavian wins it out, and it's the Eastern Stars to get the chicken dinner.
Octavian, man of the hour here for Eastern Stars. 5 kills that match alongside the Warlord Kapahala himself. Great stuff overall. And I think Octavian, Kapahala did the majority of the lion's share of the work when it came to just you know what, getting into the ring, getting the fisty gloves on and just starting beating people up, whereas Octavian was more of the ghillie suit type of player. He was off in the distance, sniper rifle in hand, marking targets and making sure no one got close enough to give them any kind of harassment. So a really nice little duo of you know, synergy in that situation. So great stuff from Eastern Stars. I think that's a much better game for them. Coming off the back of Miramar, where you know uncharacteristically do very well on that map, in fact, and then coming onto Erangel, where they do a little, they have more success, and then clearing out here. It is very good news for Eastern Stars, and I very much hope they can continue this kind of performance throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be fair, you know, the circle, it was gifted to them, right?
Yes.
Like it really shifted in their favor almost incredibly well, and they held the compound nicely. But I have to say, I think that Eastern Stars, you're right, they played better than maybe we've seen from them over the course of the first couple of games today, but I don't think that that's really too much to go on given the lay of those final circles. I mean, congratulations to them, but you know, there's an asterisk there, and it's quite a big one.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation early on was good, though. I think that's the major difference for me, is that the decision to take that compound came quickly to them, and they held on to it well. And I think it was the best compound to take in that situation, being the one closer to the beach side when everyone had to crash into Chazmak and then Team Doom next. Regardless, they had a fair share of fights that they had to hold off quite a few times. TSC Sirens come with their position. They had to fight for that position versus Chazmak. You know, it was good plays all around coming through from Eastern Stars, and I think several different teams took occupation within this location as well. And realistically, Eastern Stars were the only ones who got there first and then stayed there till the end.
Yeah, I mean, they deserved the win, right? They absolutely did, and they did well to be able to find those points, and they got plenty of kills for it. You're right. I mean, they didn't go quietly in
not slouching.
Situation.
Yeah, of course.
It wasn't a hunker down, and I mean, crash from TSC Sirens.
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
Let's not. It was bad. It was not good. It was just fundamentally flawed. I'm not entirely sure what was going on. Actually, we get the POV from Kapahala there on the run-in. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It felt like the south side might have been a little bit stronger if they'd have played that tree line. You're right. Team Doom actually operating well from that side of the map, so potential there to being able to push through, but not to be.
Yeah, I honestly think for Zero on Team Doom, what was that? dirty little shot coming from Doom Boom there. But yeah, for Zero, he does good work for Team Doom. And I think it was nice to see them come this far. Exquisite Décode UK, though, once again in the top 5. Making up to number 3 in this map. So they've been having a really good run of it today so far. Rarely not being in the top of the standings. And even with Alicio going down on Miramar, I believe it was, or first Erangel, they still managed to do well, despite their main man being out of... no, it was Miramar. Their main man not being in the equation, right? So it's good to see that, and I think that speaks to a case, you know, this is a team that can work without that starter player, and that's something that you don't ever want to get into a situation where it's relying on one guy. The rest of the team is equally as talented.
Yeah, and I mean, and now Eastern Stars, speaking of talented, they were our chicken dinner leader before on 3. They're now bumped up to 4 of these games. Out of the 13 that have been played, they've won 4 chicken dinners, and that's $4,000 straight away, which is like just a free third place, I think? I can't remember the exact pricing breakdown. But it's like they've just got it already. They've already won that. Fantastic stuff. A challenger for that PNGC spot as well on those points. A fantastic performance coming through today from the Eastern Stars. We'll see if they can keep going for the rest of the day, but for now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll come back with the analyst desk.
Well, day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, a little guy called Jason Kaplan, well, a little guy, I say he's actually really tall. He predicted that one team will get at least 10 chicken dinners over the course of this entire event. And right now, Eastern Stars currently are sitting on 4s. They close out our current match here and get themselves one step closer to proving that Jason is always right. But you know who else is always right? No, not the man on the end. It's actually going to be Kalaris. And then, of course, Max Ben joining me here to break things down. And again, Eastern Stars, you know, it's kind of weird because they were only 2 points ahead of Exquisite Décode, and they had 3 chicken dinners compared to 0. So you can imagine that their chicken dinners are doing extremely well for them. But what kind of worries me, well, I guess I can't even say worries me, is that they have 14 kills, right? So maybe I should just shut up and let you guys talk.
14 kills, mainly down to also Octavian being so proactive in that kind of position. It was kind of a symbiotic relationship they had with Chasmac Gaming, where they made sure no teams were going to push them because they had the only strong position in Circle. And of course, the Circle, as you saw, kept coming their way every time. So they need to make sure they could defend that position. And Octavian was the one able to convert those knocks into kills a lot of the time. But it feels good to finally see more of Team Doom. We had that weird game yesterday where it ended up on the river next to Sanhok Island. This time, actually, them being proactive, actually going aggressively for pushes and getting himself a top 2, I think is really good omen for this team.
I think there were some teams that were a bit slow on rotation during this game that could have been much quicker. And technically speaking, anybody could have had that compound up towards the top. Like, there were a lot of teams over on the east side, over on the west rotating far, that could have got it. Oh, lucky 7s. But I think that overall, yeah, the Eastern Stars held this down brilliantly. And as we're going to allude to later on, their movement was very good around that compound too.
Guys, we get to see some faces here. Look at that. 0 coming through. 797 damage. Again, Doom, they've been able to pick up, I believe it was a chicken dinner yesterday. Yeah, in our 3rd match of the day. Funny enough, they get extremely close to it this time. But a very quiet team, but nice to see someone stand out for their roster, and Zero's going to be the one doing that. Octavian, if you remember last season, massive arms to carry his team forward, if you guys remember the player picture that we saw. But Kapahala is going to make the list as well with 500 damage. But we're going to see here overall damage when it comes to the lobby. And Eastern Stars, obviously, with 14 kills, going to be leaps and bounds beyond ahead of everyone else. But I will at least point this out. Exquisite Décode, again, another top 5 finish for this team. Almost 1,100 damage done with only 3 kills. So able to put the pain, but unable to really lock anything down.
They are one of the teams that I thought should have been able to rotate quicker during all of this. They were dithering about over by Lipovka. I know that they were looking for some vehicles to start things off, but they were slow, is fair to say. And that's why they had to take the consolation prize of going over to the beach and holding down from there. Now, that then expends a lot of your smokes because it's not exactly that an amazing a dip to try and be able to live by. And then when they have to make the rotation towards that compound where everything's flat, that gets exacerbated by the fact that you don't have utility to make that push happen. So, but I mean, it's good enough for them what they were able to get through this out of like a salvage mission, I want to say.
Yeah, I would have to agree, especially on what you mentioned about some teams maybe being a little bit slow on their rotation. You talked about Exquisite Décode. I think Conqueror does kind of fit in the same position. It goes to show, if you just rotate 2-3 minutes earlier, potentially a little bit more if possible, that compound could be yours, and that chicken dinner could also be yours at the end of the day. So rotating a little bit earlier for these teams, I think in particular, would be a lot more interesting in these games. So hopefully they can try and work on that a little bit for the next Super Weekends.
Okay. So gentlemen, we saw earlier on in our last, I guess, post-round analysis, our top 10 fraggers so far within our Super Weekend. We saw Narvalo was actually the #1, right? So I was really curious to see like if a radar of him up against the top performer out of Eastern Stars would show anything that could be indicative to how the performance have gone so far. So we're gonna put it up on your screen, and I haven't seen this yet, but I'm really curious to see how Kapahala, who is the top performer, will do up against his opponent here, because Eastern Stars and Kapahala in particular, he was the standout player. However, I feel like it's hard to call him the standout player when you have Athos stepping up like he's been able to do so far, and Octavian as well.
Yeah.
So you're seeing Kapahala just surrounding.
9 headshots from Kapahala. Okay, that's pretty insane when you really think about it. Only kills is the thing that just puts Narvalo above Kapahala. Otherwise, this guy is slaying. Absolutely slaying.
Let's ignore healing for a moment, because sometimes that can't be a good thing. But like
God.
everything else, that is dominant what we're seeing there from him. So I mean, Kapahala, yeah.
Top damage, top headshots.
He's almost done 1,000 damage more than Narvalo, and yet he has 3 kills less.
Octavian's snatching them. I'm telling you, he's taking them all for himself.
That's right.
But it's really impressive to see Kapahala do so well. But the thing is, you would normally say to yourself, okay, Kapahala might be the one carrying. When you have Athos and Octavian also doing so well in their own regard, it goes to show why this team has now been able to get 3 top 3s in a row. One of those, as we saw right now, actually been a win, is they survive as a full squad until the late game. That is why this team is so scary when they hit the 20-minute mark. And you're pretty much sure if they have a strong position, this will be the team to get the win. So I think that they got definitely a roster that just clearly has a chance to be strong. Also in the PMGC, we talked about PMGC, how he got representation from CIS, from Turkey. We would like to see some Romanian representation, and I think that right now, Eastern Stars is the most ready team for that kind of level.
Okay. Well, Max, really quickly, because we're about to get into our next match in about 4 minutes' time, you had a clip you wanted to break down, actually, from that last round.
Yeah, this clip actually we talked about with Kalaris especially, and how opportunistic Eastern Stars actually are. We're especially going to be talking about the side of Octavian. So this is late game circle, went over to the northern side. The compound was inside the dead center position of the circle, so no big rotations were required, but one strong position you can currently see is how Eastern Stars have this entire section of protection that they can play around, which is really good to hold on to. And then the entirety of Exquisite Décode, which of course are struggling. They're rotated a little bit late away from the beach, so definitely not in the strongest position, but as of right now, it seems like they are safe. But in just a few minutes time, you're going to see there is just, or actually seconds time, a great opportunity arises. You can see already what just happened. Boom, Mihi of Team Big just went down, picked up by Eastern Stars. I'm pretty sure that was Octavian. And what happened right off the bat is great. Now that they know they cleared all of the northern side of the beach, Octavian is going to be seeing this as a great opportunity with the rest of his team to go out and take this exact position right here, which is a fantastic off angle to make sure Exquisite Décode cannot move away from that rock, and actually you're just going to get absolutely battered. So you're going to see as we move on a little bit further, Octavian, boom, takes the shot. Elicio knocked out once again with another nade that just bounced off the rock. That was absolutely insane. And then they're just going to find that closing moment. Reznov, a few more nades, boom, gets a knock once again, and Reznov, there's literally no escape. And right after they get rid of Exquisite Décode in this moment, this is going to happen in just a few minutes time, Doom also are spotted out by Eastern Stars and know exactly what the late game potential should be. Now that Exquisite Décode are taken out, this entire area is a new opportunity to get an off angle onto Team Doom to make sure that they have no escape potential from this circle, and you're just going to try and suffocate them basically in what's about to happen. So Eastern Stars see this position once again. Octavian is the one once again being proactive, taking the angle, and Doom have literally no escape and just have to stay
Bear in mind.
locked in this entire position here.
Bear in mind, we could just stay on this for a moment. You see this smoke wall between where Octavian currently is and Kapala is? This is already prepared for them to make that transition, knowing that they're going to eliminate people there and then move over in that direction. And also, before all of this entire clip happened, they'd also killed off Will, which was the one anchor position to try and keep Exquisite Décode alive whilst they were at that rock. So yeah, Eastern Stars, a masterclass in movement and just kind of trying to conquer these angles. Really impressive.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I think for Eastern Stars, we kind of questioned this team when it came to league play, but what a perfect time for them to show up. Again, their 4th chicken dinner just in a super weekend alone. That's $4,000 in their pocket. Floof would be extremely happy with her prediction of the financial forecast. But this is a dominating team, and this is a team who's still trying to contend for that #1 position to get into PMGC, right? I think they might have actually passed Conqueror here, and we'll check in with that maybe later today, maybe on our next day of league play. But really quickly, while we do have some time, let's take a look at the schedule and see what's coming up next. And I can tell you from memory, we're heading over to the moist map of Sanhok. Max, any
No reaction. I told you, I'm fine. I'm cured. I'm cured. It doesn't do anything. It's cool.
Okay. I'll try out some new words in the future to throw you off here. But while we don't have much time left, Sanhok, I think, has been really interesting. We've seen Eastern Stars take a victory on it. We've had Conqueror take a victory on it. But I think in general, what we can agree on is that we haven't had a team stand out and put up like 15 kills with 2,000-3,000 damage. But of course, you said yesterday, not really easily done on a map like Sanhok.
Yeah, it's looked more even for sure. I mean, that is Sanhok to a T, where you have those even kills because of the third parties, the fourth parties that go on when you're transitioning. But actually, the 2 circles we've had across our Sanhoks as well have shown that this lobby has leveled up since our last EU West. Up on that northwest side, on the island, everyone was able to be jostling for really decent positions. And then our circle down towards that southeast side was really rough and actually quite uncommon. So I think all the teams had to try and adapt on the fly there with that one.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your breakdown of that last match, as well as you, Max, breaking down that telestration segment for it. But it's time to get rid of you two. Maybe I can telestrate that on the way out and bring in our new commentators. Actually, we got Copter and Imperium join us once again. And gentlemen, 2 matches left to go here in our first week of the Super Weekend. I'm personally looking for Eastern Stars to take another chicken dinner, get up to 5, and be halfway there in the first week alone. What about you, Copter? What are you looking forward to in these last 2 matches?
Well, of course, it's very interesting to see how the Sanhok's going to be played down here. You mentioned Eastern Stars. Yes, they took a chicken dinner already once in Sanhok, so there's no reason why they couldn't take a second one. But I'm kind of like waiting to have maybe some third team to get a chicken dinner this time.
Okay, Imperium, what about you, man? Why don't you guys take it away?
Yeah, it's a good question. For sure, I'm with you, Copter of Eastern Stars, looking to maybe get another chicken dinner back-to-back in Sanhok, back-to-back in today's games. It's a very merry-go-round kind of map with Sanhok in terms of it can really throw you for a loop with those circle shifts you have to river and play. One thing I will say, though, Copter, is that we are starting to see a little bit of consistency from the same 3 to 5 teams getting into top 5, top 6 with 10 plus points. It's really starting to kind of have that massive differential in the overall standings.
I'm still waiting for that big chicken dinner. That's what I'm still waiting for. So maybe the Sanhok's will be finally the place where they will get it. But they were actually pretty close last time in Sanhok, if I do remember correctly, that they were on the top 3 or top 2 actually on the Sanhok, so they have the potential. But in Sanhok, as always, the circle is meaning so much that if the circle's gonna be including just one of the islands, so that the landing positions will just play such a huge role, and now we just have to wait for it. Big is gonna take Camp Alpha, and we can see K-Link and the other guys from the Conqueror also going for that area, and the circle's gonna be popping as well. So, well, it is including 2 islands at least.
It's quite north. It's a little bit north. Taking the Southwest Island out of play is not a bad thing. But when you have such a high amount of water in play for this phase 1, we've already seen it today in the Erangel game where it can kind of throw the team for a loop on the phase 3, phase 4 shift. It's going to be difficult to contend with. Game Lord automatically already in a very healthy spot of this map. They've been a team that have shown their worth, have proven themselves time and time again over this PMPL. You have such fantastic talent in form of Victor, Narvello, Spicy and Robs, especially Victor and Narvello. They've stepped up to the plate massively as individual players. So it's going to be important that they continue this level of control, because their area of the map is going to be a bit of an entry point for Destiny, Chasmac, maybe Eastern Stars, LMV. So, you know, as we get through the minutes and through the circles, if they can get some early kills and some early suppression, they'll be able to really dictate the traffic around that area of the map.
Yeah, true. Game Lord, they have a good position, not going to argue on that one. But yeah, I mean, Destiny and Eastern Stars, they also have a pretty good places there on the Bravo Island. So it's all about the next circle. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, it's still like hard shifting towards the Charlie Island. And then we would kind of like have still like the intersection of the rivers in the play.
Really? You're gonna throw that potential out there? Copter, I love it. I love it.
Well, we have seen just crazy circles happening today and yesterday, so there's like no reason to expect that we couldn't have that possibility. I'm not going to call it, but it's still possible. It is definitely possible. But a lot of teams outside of it, we at least know that those teams will have to move. So we can see a lot of teams on the, of course, on the southern and the eastern side of it. So yeah, it all comes down to the fact who's going to be. I would say that the places. Okay, we can see the early aggression here as well. We can see, excuse me, we can see Eastern Stars actually going for it, and there we go, Bazzy. First kill on the pocket. They gotta be happy with it, and well, I mean, definitely they have a great place, and now they have a kill as well.
One thing that I really like about that is, as he recognizes that he's on his own. So if he stayed there after getting the kill, it's you saw the nade being cooked up by excuse me. I don't hold it against excuse me losing a player in that regard. I suppose the way around that is that they look to rotate, especially on that North Bootcamp hill, a lot more solidified as a four-man team. So if there is a knock, there's a counter knock in return, because that shouldn't have been the case. Bazzy shouldn't have gotten away with just that kill and moving back down the hill. So that's the only mistake, excuse me, made, but I have no doubt that they weren't really expecting a player to be there. This is Sanhok, Copter. You kind of have to expect the unexpected.
True, and it's a pretty bold move actually to actually go for the offensive towards the Eastern Stars. We have seen the stats, we have seen how many kills they can actually get in one single game. And now, of course, after the initial kill, they know who's going to be there as well. They know the enemy, so they will still go for it. But now they're going to be withdrawing. They will kind of like notice that, yeah, it might not be that easy to actually go for them. And especially having Bazzy probably somewhere prone in there on the, well, not anymore, but at the time, somewhere on the hill. They probably thought that one player is going to be close, 3 guys at the compound. So going for it, it's not really what you want to do, because you don't have the vehicles, you cannot come that fast down from that hill, so you're just gonna have a peek from there and then try to exploit that situation to your advantage.
They've got to realize as well that shots have been made, and we know that there's no team directly around them, but let's say there was a team, they could come in and third party that, right? So learning when to disengage at the right time and turn the other way and focus on what's going on around you a little bit more is very important, and I think, excuse me, I've done that really well.
Yeah, the hills, I mean, the hilltops in Sanhok, they are just sometimes absolute madness. You see that it's free, you go there, and then you just figure out there's going to be 3 other teams climbing on the same hill from different sides.
Exactly.
So that is the risk there. They were playing on top of the hill. Somebody heard the shots as well, because the player died. They saw the kill feed as well, so they knew which team's going to be there. So somebody might be definitely trying to third party that situation and kind of like, you know, easy kills, 4 at start. But didn't happen, luckily. They got away with it. And of course, the Eastern Stars, they also have the foreman stacks that are running, so they didn't get any casualties, so just pluses for them. So let's see that circle. I want to see it, because the Eastern Stars, it has been mentioned so many times, and that is definitely a team which we cannot ignore in any of the situations. I mean, whatever we have going on, if they have foreman stack, if they have still two guys remaining, there's a surprising. And what do we have here? Mango, he's going to go on the tree.
Okay, that is some fantastic parkour. Yeah, I suppose you can call it parkour. Fantastic talent. Didn't know he was so versatile as a player, and then just knocks his way in with a glorious mustache on his face. You absolutely love it. So teams positioned in the circle right now. You've Destiny have done a fantastic job scouting outside of Paradise Resort. And I even love the fact that they've left Paradise Resort, because one of the false illusions of being in Paradise Resort when it's in this part of the circle is that, yeah, we're fine. But with the high rising walls of Paradise, you get very little information if you stay contained within the resort. So moving out relatively early, get some information, scout around you is super beneficial. Yes, there's some isolation in the fact that they're not going to have all the information in the world on teams like LMV, TSC Sirens, maybe Vodafone Giants coming in from the east. But as far as getting some forward-thinking sightlines on the likes of Game Lord, maybe Chazmac to the north, Destiny are able to do that, and we already saw it. They were looking in the direction of Game Lord. They have their sights firmly set on controlling the area outside of Paradise Resort.
True. I wouldn't mind a circle on the northern side of the Paradise, to be honest. It's a pretty fun area, and there's a lot of good, smaller buildings, you know, interesting hills. Not that many dips though, but still like a lot of interesting angles that you can play, especially like towards Kao and the other like bigger compounds on that area. But yeah, of course we don't know that. And I mean, what is your bet? What are you thinking, Imperium? What's the next circle? Think about it. Like, what would be your dream circle?
Dream circle on the next shift. I love when it ends around Cow and Tatmok, so a northeast phase 2 would be pretty spicy for me, because it opens the doors for the likes of Big having to react, Conqueror, 4 Romanian Boys, who are all on that northwest island, and it will maybe allow Game Lord to play around that gate keeping on the bridge. But to me, an ending around Cow and Tatmok is always very interesting, because you have that hill outside of kind of the North Paradise Resort hill that goes down onto the compound outside Cow, and it's just very difficult and tricky. But when you are able to control it early, it can be really beneficial. So let's see where this phase 2 goes. But you asked me, and there's my answer. What about you? What are you thinking?
It's the same, what I called earlier, hard shift towards the ruins and then keeping like the 3 rivers and the intersection of the rivers. That is kind of like what I'm hoping for. But of course, I know it's a far stretch, but it can still happen. But we don't have to be waiting for a longer time anymore, because the circle's going to be closing right now. And then we'll see. And it's going to be a northern shift. It will include the Alpha Island. So that's interesting. And Big, Conqueror. They now understand that they might be needing to go across. They might be still staying on that side of it. But a lot of teams on the southern side, they just have to move.
I would love the idea of Conqueror shifting to Hatin and controlling the north of Hatin and the northwest specifically, because they'll be able to gatekeep Big while still keeping an eye on the likes of players that are maybe going for a botation or sticking to the coastline of the mainland. You can see Exquisite Décode, though. They're going for a full send it on the main road past Destiny, past somewhat Game Lord, close to LMV. For a team that I've regarded as being sometimes slow on the rotations, I definitely have to appreciate Exquisite Décode's just full send it in towards the center of the circle.
Now LMV gets the damage, and you don't see that often. I mean, 10 minutes on the clock, and we have lost only 1 player. Now it's going to be the second player knocked down. So finally, something's going to start to happen. We can see from the map that the teams are finding their places. Destiny Mozaro with a great spray towards the LMV. Gets 2 knocks from that situation. Going to be spotting them. Going to keep on spamming on that corner and might find something, but not going to be rewarded for now. But still just keeps the scope and watches if they're going to be trying to crawl away from that place. But yet they're so far away from the other guys that it shouldn't be happening. And Destiny having that hill and nobody on the backside, so that's a good thing.
They do need to be careful about TSC Legends, but in my eyes, they're doing a great job of being proactive with those shots. And you called it, that 3-1 spread between the hill and the compound is so beneficial. Mazara on his own is protected by the walls of that building, able to focus onto the loving bodies of the LMV players across the board. Phase 2, Blue Zone already starting to close in. Conqueror, where did Conqueror go? Or Conqueror in... Yeah, Conqueror in Hating, but so are SYR. SYR went for a massive quick shift from the very edge of the Southwest Island all the way to Hating. And so it's going to be possibly Big SYR and Conqueror all in hat thing, fighting for a position as we're getting towards phase 3. So that's going to be interesting to see how that goes down. Game Lord, I don't think Game Lord have been as proactive as I would like to have seen them be. They've all committed their full squad to the compound that's by the black hole on that mainland. So I'm worried about that.
But here, see, they're actually having all the 4 players in the same place, so we don't see that one solo going, solo or outside of the squad. So they actually have the 4-man stack in the same place. Georgia a little bit forward, like scouting the information. Tam, Vitoni, Bujo, all in the same place. And this hasn't been the ongoing trend for a long time. They actually have been having some situations that one of the guys will be quite far away. Jess is going to be knocked down though, so that he's going to be trying to scout that information from top of that rock. But meanwhile, the spray is going to come on the nade from LMV. It's going to come on the wrong side of the rock, unfortunately. It's going to be getting that flush, and they might be able to have the time to do the revival. It depends if there's gonna be anything more coming, but yeah, we don't have the utility anymore, so I think that the LMV will just have to try to spray it if they want to get some points out of that situation. One other interesting thing is that now we can actually see that TSC Sirens, they already had a boat. They actually scouted a boat like 5 minutes ago, and they have been driving all across like Kao on that northern coastal line. So if the circle is going to be shifting, that they somehow need to go very far away, they can actually try to do the rotation with it.
Okay, that's a nice shift. Still with the Northwest Island in play, but you have that massive black hole in the center of phase 3. That's going to force a lot of teams to play more edge of circle style, because you can't go to the southern edge of that hill just yet. It's way too early to commit to that part of the map because there's still a lot of traffic to the south of you. It is very, very edge of circle play. The coastline is open for control from the likes of TSC Sirens. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Extreme Slayers under a lot of pressure at the hands of Team Doom. One thing about TSC Sirens, though, Copter. On one hand, they have not scored a 0-point game. They've gotten points in every single game. But on the other hand, the maximum amount of points they've got in one game is 6. To me, that's a big sign of a team that are playing in a very, very passive way. Like, they don't want to take any risks at all. And in this super weekend, and I know it's the last day, the last couple of games, now's the time to take the risks, because there's no guarantee you're going to qualify for the second super weekend.
True. What we have going on here, we have teams who are coming from the Alpha Island, because the X units, they get out. So super young roster who made the rotation all the way from the Alpha Island. So they are finally getting on the other side. We actually had a lot of teams swimming from Hachin towards this area. This is the northwest corner of the Bravo Island. So that's the hotspot for now. At the same time, we can see also what's going to be happening with the Vodafone Legends, and that's going to be a little bit more far away. That's happening on the between the Kao and the Tatmok area. So the like store. The warehouse buildings and the crane machines between the lumbers, which are outside of it. So very a lot of covers on that area. And we can see that the TSC Sirens, they have now moved here. They have kept the northern side, so they will try to come from this direction. But a lot of teams are getting on a small area. There's a lot of hills. There's a lot of also dips on this area as well, especially like next to the hills. There's a dips and some kind of like hard covers as well, rocks. But it's I mean, the northern side is pretty open, so once you get on that northern side of the hill, then you're going to spot a lot of information. And for a while, I mean, when we had all those teams swimming from Hati to this area, it kind of like reminded me from the Second World War, when the guys were like getting the troops from the UK to the Canal all the way to France.
Nice, showing your age. I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Nano cooking up an aid, looking for Sakura. Sakura will move away. TSC Sirens are down to 3 players. Chazmak got one of them put down to the ground. And now Sakura gonna have to deal with Vodafone Giants because Luna is in the water. Yadam is driving in a vehicle. That separation on this stage of the game, when you're at the edge of the circle, just isn't really going to be worthwhile. Yadam, yes, does join up with Sakura, but are they really ready to fight? No, they're not, because Sakura, she gets knocked down. Just like that with the nade, it was easy pickings for Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, we can see one player actually already on the sea as well. So
yeah.
I don't know where she went, but yeah, she went for a swim anyways. And now we can see Pogus pushing it. We'll get one player down. And it's going to be just only Luna remaining, who's actually on the water. So they have taken this place. Vodafone Giants, they will take the position. But we do have Team Doom. At the same time, they want a third party the whole situation.
Lovely.
Zero finds one. CB's going to fall down. Mornet's going to be thrown to the, I guess it's a bus. But they'll try to find the corner of the building. And that might do some damage. CB cannot be yet revived. But they have 3 guys on that building. Flush is going to happen. So Zero.
Fantastic.
And who's going to find that one? And now they need to start that battle. The sprays are coming in. Gonna fall down. Vodafone Giants will get some casualties as well. Zero gets to the scene. And now they are rushing things. They will just get inside. And they want to destroy the team inside. And the last guy on the building gonna be hiding on the stairs. Will go for the second floor. And Team Doom, they will just follow. And Nano, can he do something about it? That's gonna be a different story.
Zero. Blanked highlighted him, and I know that Desic have touched upon him. This guy has been a big impact and a big reason why Doom are getting some of the results that they are getting in these games. A great push, great level of aggression across the board. Opportunistic as well as Mazzaro gets taken down to his knees, prone down in the distance, separated from the rest of his team, somewhat paid the price across the board. And TSC Legends, mistakes they made in the past of being losing players early on, being too separated. Well, now, outside of the circle, looking for a way in. They are together. I know they have a player down, but they are still together. That revive should be laid out in time. Bimmy using a third-person perspective to get some shots onto Jaja. Gets a knock on. Now Bujo's going to be spot out. That is Bimmy with the double knock.
Yep, TSC is going to be definitely farmed here. People are just waiting for to get the kills. They're gatekeeping the zone. We do have also Eastern Stars right on the southern side of the whole situation, so they might be trying to pull something off once this fight is going to be happening. But meanwhile, TSC is just trying to stay alive. One player remaining is going to be trying to get inside.
Fantastic.
That's going to be denied immediately. No chances. Destiny will get those kills, and we can see that the Eastern Stars, they are waiting at the compounds. If Destiny wants to have a fight, at least they know a place where they can find one.
Yeah, Eastern Stars kind of wrapped in front of him. It was always going to be difficult when you're playing Edge of Circle and on these kind of situations up on top of the hill. You can't cover every single area. Maybe Destiny could have been a little bit more proactive early on. We saw them get a knock and a kill onto one of the LMV players early on, but TSC were able to slow them down a little bit. Yes, Game Lord are in the center of the circle, but I still think they made a mistake on maybe not covering Exquisite Décode and letting them have the compound on top of the hill. But my lord, the magnet of the circle just hovering around the players from Game Lord. They are in the dead center. They're the only real hard cover. Yes, you can have the kind of edge of the Black Hole Hill, but this should be realistically a Game Lord win.
I mean, you mentioned Game Lord at the start of the game. So I'm just wondering, like, what's the manufacturer and what's the website I can buy the same ball which you have? Because, I mean, they are having the compound here in the end and everybody else needs to approach it. We still have teams also on the other side of the river. At least the northern side of the shoreline is going to be now out of the zone. But still, teams are trying to get inside. 4 Romanian Boys and Conqueror, they're actually fighting on the bridge right here on the pictures, as we can see. We can see a Boring is going to be knocked down, but still 3 guys are running for Conqueror. Yeah, that's the case in 4 Romanian Boys as well. They have 2 guys still, and they will get the revival most probably done. But then it should be a battle with 3 versus 3. But the nade of Zira might be doing a difference. He's going to go straight towards the reefs. He's going to take a quite minor amount of damage. Actually, going to jump out of the bridge, and we'll get back to the water. And now we can see maybe a Big Saw Machine will go and try to find those sprays towards the players who are going to be swimming. Xtreme Slayers at the same time will be taken down at the southern side of the other island.
It's just so difficult because when you're on that kind of edge of the island, you can be third party from the mainland, so it's really difficult to commit yourself to that fight, and that's why Breeze was forced to just swim into the water and hope for the best. They're still up as a 3-person team. 4 Romanian Boys now into the water themselves. The next circle shifts on up and it once again goes towards Game Lord. Big are still in this game. They're on the north on their own. Eastern Stars are going to be taken out. I believe, no, Bazzi is still alive. Well, Exquisite Décode, he's about to go down. Reznov, the last player up, is taken out in 8th.
Yeah, we also saw Destiny falling down earlier, so they were taken down also on the eastern side of the circle. But yeah, I mean, Game Lord's compound, it's a very hard circle for everybody else because there's so much on the middle and there's very few covers, basically nothing on the northern side how to approach that one. Some of the players cannot play the shoreline, try to get from there. Romanian Boys going to fall down on the blue zone, that's the end of it. And now we can see Conqueror, they're just, hiding for a while, staying there behind that rock on the water before they're going to continue swimming. I guess they're going to be waiting for the circle to start moving a little bit more, that they will be just on a very last second inside of the zone. And the same applies for all the players here on the northern side.
Team Doom. 19 points in the last game. There are 9 kills in this game. Into the top 4. Yes, they've just been taken down. But this is what a bit of confidence does to you. This is what a little bit of momentum. It clears your mind. It allows you to focus so much more on the fights. And we've seen an improved level of rotation, an improved level of aggression, and an improved level of control from the German side. I know it's towards the end of the first Super Weekend, but coming into the next the next League Week, I'm liking how Team Doom are playing.
I mean, they're finding the answers to the questions which asked on the previous day.
Yeah.
They are improving, they're adapting, they're finding the gameplay. But now we have Big actually putting some nays towards Game Lord. They need to go. That's the only option they have. 2 versus 4 and 2 guys, Robs and Victor on that building. Times and Swave's gonna fall down, by the way. Then he's gonna go inside, and that's gonna be Conqueror, by the way, taken out at the same time. And we can see Robs coming from the side, getting a nice flank on Swave and Times as well. And that should be big. Just Mishi remaining on the blue, quite far away. He's the only player anymore, and he's like super far away, almost like 100 meters, standing on the blue, healing on the blue, using the heal as a cover. And Game Lord, they are wondering, where is this guy? We don't see him. We didn't see him at all. I mean, he didn't come to the compound, so he has been waiting here for a longer time, and he's just healing. There's nothing he can done, to be honest. I mean, he's just gonna wait, use his heals, and they're gonna fall almost to the blue already, but gonna be timing. There's no time to run, so he's gonna fall down. That's the only way.
Yeah, like this is just
Is this your style? Is this your style to play the Imperium?
No, look, heal strat is a viable play for Sanhok. The way Big did it is that they did it in the right way, right? So they recognized that when that circle shifted down south, and they had to kind of crevice through the open, and they knew Game Lord was in the compound above, they sent 2 players forward, but gave all the heals to Mihi. Because at the end of the day, the best thing you're looking for at that stage of the game is maybe a kill, but also just surviving in this late game. And for Mihi, that was perfectly executed. They got themselves a 2nd place. They've got themselves 7 points so far in kills, and it's a great result. We're seeing, like I said, Game Lord winning this game, Big coming in 2nd, even Conqueror getting, I think, 10 points. A good consistency from the top 4 to 5 teams.
I don't know how many first aid kits he had. He had 9 last time we had the observer watching it. So I think like 15 or 16 in total when he started healing.
Yeah,
so
it was
it's a long time. And he doesn't know. He doesn't know how many teams there are. Well, maybe he has an idea now. There could be like 1 solo and 1 3-man squad. So he's just playing it safe. And it's the right thing to do. I'm going to be honest with it. But when you have a 1 versus 4, I was going to go down out of first aid kits. Maybe a dance. Yeah, let's do it. Let me see those hips. The hips don't lie. That's the end of it. Game Lord. In the end, they will get the chicken dinner and the match has concluded. But the Mishi really giving us a show with the healing stuff.
Yeah, I'll change his name from Mihi to Shakira. Fantastic win for Game Lord, though. I questioned their rotation to that compound somewhat early in the game. But the way the circle shifted, it just hovered around them. They were a magnet to it, and they controlled it pretty well in the end. One of those things where it's really hard to kind of talk about anything else other than that win from Game Lord. I liked the aggression from Doom. I think Destiny could have done a little bit more with their position, but that's easier said than done, especially with that massive shift, which did force a lot more teams to play edge of circle. So even though Sanhok is known for that edge of circle play in that 3rd, 4th party later on in the game, I think that was very much extended because of that circle shift that really hurt Destiny.
Yeah, that is true. But the Game Lord's position, I mean, they got the chicken there, but nobody seriously actually even tried to crash there. There wasn't any serious attempts to actually get those guys down. All the fighting happened like outside of it, lots of action on the water, as we saw the 4 Romanian boys trying to find Conqueror on the water, other teams waiting on the shoreline, was not able to get next to the building. So a lot of things there, which just didn't work out. So Game Lord, they were just, you know, chilling on that building. I'm pretty sure that the guys inside of the buildings, they had maybe some hip dancing going on as well while they were waiting when the teams are actually trying to push them down.
Like, look, seeing as this game was a little bit kind of weird in terms of the ending, just to give a bit of an overview of what I highlighted about kind of the consistency of the top 4 to 6 teams. You take Game Lord as an example. In day 1 of the first Super Weekend, they got 48 points. In day 2 of the first Super Weekend, 65 points. Before this game, before this chicken dinner, they had 48 points in this day 3. Sorry, 39, my apologies, 39. So, like, we're seeing this kind of consistent 10 to 12 points per game, or that 40 to 60 points per day from all of the top 4 or 5 teams. Even big, day 1, 63 points. Day 2, 47 points. Day 3, until this game, 36 points. It is just so good to see, and it's why this gap is being created with the top 4 to 6 teams. Every single game, they always seem to be up there.
I mean, they're getting a stable performance. That's the most important thing. On the highlights, we actually just saw a little bit more dancing. A lot of dancing, actually, on this one. Definitely, and nice to see that the people, they have the time to do that kind of a tricks. And one thing I still have to mention, we saw the stat sheet from Maxman yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And there was the mat score 0.2. But now, hearing your maths, not able to calculate the points for the game load, I think we need to buff Max's stats a little bit and maybe nerf your stats a little bit.
I didn't know pressure was on me to do the quick calculation of those points. Okay, Copter, that's fine. That's fine. I'll get my work done during the break. I'll kind of come in stronger in the next game. I like your style, Copter. I appreciate you pushing me. But let's push to a break, and after that, the desk will break down that game 4.
So let's start things off. Let's look at Erangel. Where are your top 3 favorite drop spots?
To be honest, I can just say I love the north side of Erangel. So if we have to decide, I always would prefer the van because you have a lot of car spawns around there and you have easy entry on every side. And if I have to choose the other spot, then I would go to Zaki, Stalba, or Kamishki.
Well, what are your least favorite drop zones then in Erangel?
My least favorite drops: Military, Novo, and Pochinki.
Why you gotta hate on military? Well, then let's take a look at Miramar, a second map here. Top 3 drop zones there.
My top 3 jump spots there are La Bendita, Minas, and Chumacera.
No Picado. You're killing me, man. Well, what's your least favorite? And don't if you tell me Picado right now, I'm gonna cry.
No, my least favorite are El Pozo, San Martin, and Los Leones.
Okay, let's turn our attention then towards Sanhok, top 3.
So my top 3 in Sanhok is Camp Alpha, Paradise, and Camp Charlie.
Okay, least favorite?
The least favorite, Reens, Bootcamp, and Quarry.
Okay. So then looking at, PMPL, do you guys change your drop spots according to the teams you're playing against, or you just play where you like to play?
We just played the same spots like before.
So now to test your knowledge of your competitors, do you know most teams' drop spots off the top of your head? You don't have to tell me them. I trust you, but do you know most of them?
I know the most of them, but not from all teams because also new teams came in, and we will see in the next weeks until PMPL where they decide to jump in.
Dzień dobry, everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, as we do have another winner and only one match left to go. However, Maxman, you can be proud. It was Game Lord, the French team, taking home a victory. And a victory on Sanhok that had quite a few kills behind it, to be fair.
Yeah, actually, wow. I was going to say there's many things to say, but actually there isn't. There was quite a lot of circle lock, okay, centered on them. Like, since phase 5, they were dead center every single time with a single compound that's like impossible to breach unless you have an insane amount of utility, the numbers in your team to, of course, make that breach happen, and of course, maybe a few cars. But of course, as you know, Sanhok tend to not really go for car breaches that often. 27 points. I mean, they were fighting at the top to be potentially first at the end of the day. This is definitely going to help them out a decent bit, but I've been impressed with Big actually today in terms of they are fragging out pretty consistently. Not always going to be up there to try and get himself the win, but in terms of kills alone, Big have been impressive today.
I would love to see them just round out a game. But as you say, it's going to be difficult on a map like this and a battleground like this when Game Lord has such a strong compound to actually play from. There was nothing that was going to deter them from this victory. Yeah. Unless you get like 3 teams at the same time crashing that compound, this is Game Lord all day.
Team Doom, though, another decent result. Team Doom not going to be ranked too high at the start of the entire PMPL, but actually doing significantly well today. They're on the second page, excuse me, at the bottom. Vodafone Giants again. I mean, it's just game 4, right, Jason? It's just game 4. It'll be okay eventually, but
yeah, it's just 4 games, just 3 out of 4, you know.
It feel. I don't know if I'm the only one thinking this, but it feels so weird how they have a really poor day 1. Day 2 is completely different. It feels like a different team. They improved on the different aspects of the game that I criticized them upon, especially how they rotate in the early stage. And it just feels like they went back to square one. And I cannot tell you why and what's happening. I just have no clue.
Wasn't it Scrimfarm before they got DQ'd? It was Scrimfarm that was having their, like, oh, they've smashed this day. Oh, where are they this day? And like,
very up and down, yeah.
Well, that was also the team that was like, yeah, we have a strategy of why we sit in blue for the entirety of Sanhok, but we're not going to tell you why. Maybe the strategy and why they got DQ'd are linked together. Navarlo, 865 damage. Mihi gonna make it with 400 damage, and Zero again, the second time we've seen him today. So nice to see him stepping up for the team and able to put up some decent numbers. And honestly, as we look, through the list of total damage, Game Lord, I mean, again, Sanhok, but they just decimated everyone else out there.
No big surprise, though. If I do want to praise Game Lord onto this game on how they played it, being given a circle and being able to use a circle accordingly is two different aspects of the game. Here, they had a really strong position. They played it well. They had a 2-2 split for the longest time, where they had 2 players checking out the north and 2 players checking out the south. And because of the inherent terrain around that compound, even if you have a 2-2 split looking at north and south, you can by default just check out what's happening on the west. And teams that were trying to breach from the river, especially I believe that was Conqueror, there's no way in that position. So the fact that they were trying to be as aware of their surroundings as possible made it a lot easier for them to close it off.
Looking at those numbers, Jason, at least Big had a decent conversion rate about their fights. Like, they were very, very quick to be able to not only like take the fight, but then actually finish that fight and then move on throughout this game. So nice to see here on Sanhok, where actually sometimes you do get bogged down. If a fight takes a little bit longer than it needs to, then all of a sudden that third party rolls on in, and then you're down as well.
I was gonna say, is that kind of just a product of how you have to play on Sanhok? Because if you're gonna go for a fight, you have to clean it up quickly, or those third parties come through. But I'm curious, who's potentially third partying our top 5 in our overall standings? And we're imagining that Game Lord with that victory should be able to take that #1 position away from Eastern Stars. But let's check in with it here and see actually where the teams currently do stand. And again, Unicorns of Love can see how many points they're gonna need to catch up to once we get to that second page. And Game Lord have done it here, 186 points, 6 points ahead of Eastern Stars. But Exquisite Décode, they've moved up the rankings here.
Being able to close off a game just helped them sustain himself in the top position like this. Though when you're looking at the top teams, Game Lord, Eastern Stars, Exquisite Décode UK, Big, Conqueror, after those top 5 teams, it's starting to be a little bit of a fall. Exactly. 156 points for Conqueror, down to 122 from Romanian Boys. And even below that, it starts to get a little bit bigger of a gap between all the teams at the bottom. So those teams are definitely running away with a significant lead this first Super Weekend.
Hey, Kalaris, you know how yesterday we were like praising, even at the start of the day, praising Exquisite Décode for being in the like top 5 with 0 chicken dinners. Now Big, the only team remaining in the front page without a chicken dinner, and they're 4th place.
I mean, you heard it in the interview actually with Mihi just before, right? Like they want to have that, they prefer the north of Erangel, and thankfully actually the Erangels for them so far have all been finishing up towards the north, so it's given them a little bit more of an extra edge coming in, especially that Severny drop and the drop that they the split that they like across all of that. So I mean, well, let's see what happens in this Erangel game. Maybe they get a win and maybe they bump up. We'll see.
Well, with Chazbek today, they've been able to get out of the 16th place position and put TSC Sirens there. We do see Excuse Me, unfortunately, in 13th place, though. I feel like, again, we've seen a little bit of a resurgence out of them, and of course, the fall out of Vodafone Giants here on another day in the Super Weekend.
About 5 points, right, or something?
Yeah.
Something like that.
It hurts them. They had 24 points, I believe, from the first 2 days together. So there's definitely been a little bit of an increase this time around. I think especially if you look at the last Erangel game, it was a little bit of a solid performance. They were trying to have that symbiotic relationship with Eastern Stars, but there's still stuff clearly going wrong, as I said, in the team. Not sure what to touch upon, but still got one more game before we close off the Super Weekend after we're back in league play, so they need to make it count.
All right, you know what you need to make count right now, Maxman? You need to get your prediction game on point. Take a note from Kalaris, so I'm going to have him go first to give you the easy cop-out of just taking his answer. Go ahead.
Conqueror or Big? Conqueror. Let's do Conqueror.
Yeah, I was going to go with Big. Yeah.
I don't know why Imperium's talking right now, but you know what, Max? I want you to get your prediction out there.
Big. I said Big.
Okay.
I want to say Big.
What a cop-out. Going for an answer that Kalaris gave. I expected that of you, Max fan. But to be fair, yeah, Kalaris has been pretty much right all day today. Let's get you two out of here and bring our commentators back in with Copter and Imperium to take us into our final round here of our final day of our first Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, sorry about that, Jason. My camera had stopped working, so I had to reset it. So apologies about that, didn't mean to interrupt you. But we are getting into the final game of the day. They talked about the circles, and with that interview on me, Copter of loving the northern side of the Erangel map. I want to see a military island finish on this final game of the first Super Weekend.
You want to get the proper Esports circle. That's what it's called. But we'll see what the circle has to offer us. Of course, military circle ending, I wouldn't mind that. It's always that the commentators and the viewers, they always love the circles which the players are actually heading for. That's the fact. But the plane is at least, it is decent, so people should be finding their places. But military circle, if we could get that kind of a circle, which is like, half military, half main island, like 50-50, and then teams couldn't be yet deciding which side to take. That I would love.
That's true, but I kind of want just that kind of guaranteed where the dead center of the circle is in the military base. just because I think a military island circle is one of the biggest tests for teams when it comes to rotations, when it comes to that decision making. I don't think a lot of teams have mastered it. We don't see military island finishes that often, or military island circles. And look at that. My wish has been granted. I prayed to the leprechaun gods and they said, hi, sure, you can have your pot of gold, Imperium. And I've been granted a military island circle.
And you mentioned, well, we spoke about your crystal ball. So now
There you go.
it's gonna be spot on. So now even more I want to get the brand and the manufacturer of that crystal ball. But Destiny, they will find themselves in the middle. That's very important for them, of course.
It is.
Kind of like for the whole game, because they are still there, you know, definitely one of those teams that is looking to get a good results and from the whole Super Weekend, and this is going to be offering them a good chance for it, definitely. We can see the challengers, they are all on the other side, only TSC Sirens holding Novorepnoja. What do you think about the radio hill right next to Novorepnoja? Is that going to be a place that should be used here? Do you think that is a place to go?
For phase one, you don't want to commit a full team there. Have one player on the radio tower, on that radio hill at the very top, so you're able to get an overarching viewpoint on a bigger area or a bigger scope. Maybe even leave it to phase two. But you definitely want to have the core of your team when you're looking at Deus Sirens closer to that bridge line. Instantly, though, we see Eastern Stars. Thank you very much. Just common sense. You're 2-3 minutes into the game. Eastern Stars already rotating through the Eastern Bridge into the island. Teams around them are already still looting copter. It's perfect timing to rotate. Now those Sirens are going to be under more pressure. Teams that are in the mainland are going to be under more pressure if they look to enter. I just love this decision making, and it really is a big part of what makes them an absolutely fantastic team and one of the best in Europe. Athos, though, gets caught out by Sakura. This is where the rest of Deus Sirens need to join up and look to try and take advantage of it.
But this is a huge fight, actually. Eastern Stars is one of those teams that is challenging Destiny on the top of the scoreboard. So, I mean, they can't afford to lose this battle. And getting one player knocked down like that, that is not a great thing. Of course, they were expecting that there might not be people here. If there's going to be in Novorepnoja, they might be deeper in Novorepnoja. But yeah, now they will just have to deal with the situation. But yeah, just follow and let's follow the gameplay, how it's going to go down. But definitely a very important fight what we are watching here. The rotation which Eastern Stars did, that was definitely a good one. Just like you mentioned, they came very early. And I think that's what you need to do. And now actually the Sirens, they seems to be leaving from the scenes. If Sakura can just get away. No, Yatam's going to stay on that building. So they're just moving the vehicles to a safe position. So they will stay. Two players on that scene, and we can see that there's a lot of pressure on the other side of the bridge as well. So somebody else might be coming, and they might be joining as well.
Yeah, Chazmak, they seem to go a little bit further down south. I don't think they want to get involved because another area of this military island to really control in these first 2 or 3 circles is the southern side. So Chazmak recognizing that. Luna cooking up a nade, looking to enter in towards a window. The Eastern Stars player is aware of that as he moves away.
Yeah, the nade actually didn't go inside of the building, but we'll put a second one, and that might deal some damage, but it seems Bazzi is going to be dodging that nade, and we can see Yatem already going inside of the building, going to be trying to challenge Bazzi, got to wait for the right timing. That's the thing here, and we can see players falling down. Deus Sirens moving more players to the scene. Also, same applies for the Eastern Stars as well, so I think that we have the 4-man stack completely on this location. Then all the, the players on the other side, but there we go, the trade is going to happen. We can see Sakura fighting Bazzi. That's going to be one, and more casualties will happen as we have knocks on the both sides. Octavian goes for the revival, and the other 2 members from the Eastern Stars, they will try to take the angles from the windows and the doorways to kind of like allow that to happen.
I think one mistake maybe those Sirens are making is going for the revives. It's allowing Eastern Stars to push in a lot further. And that's going to be Octavian onto Yatam, but another one by Luna. Get the double knock onto the players of Eastern Stars. This is the opening. Will Deus Sirens win probably the first team fight of the PMPL? I would love to see it happen, especially against the might of Eastern Stars.
flushes are happening as well. So at least Eastern Stars, they will have some casualties, that's for a fact. And now we can see Ats is going outside of the building, gonna be realized.
Oh no.
Dangerous inside. There we go. Kapahala is getting into the scene with a shot. There we go. That's a bang. Luna falls down straight from the pipe of the shotgun. But now we do have other knocks happening.
There you go,
fall down. Sako's gonna find that angle.
Go.
Gets the flush as well. And that's gonna be huge for the Sirens. That's gonna be very bad for Eastern Stars. Gonna be down as a whole.
Let's
they will
go.
fall down. And that's,
Perfect.
my friend, a very, very bad thing.
Okay, so it wasn't the perfect engagement from Deus Sirens, but that off angle by Sakura was absolutely integral to them turning it around. Every time Eastern Stars got a little bit of control, Sakura was the main reason why the Deus Sirens players turned it around. But that will to kind of fight, that will to not let that position go. What did they say about Deus Sirens in the previous game? They'd yet to kind of score a 0-point game because they weren't really taking risks. That was a risk. And that was a risk worth taking because they ended up winning it and getting 4 points. Finally, I absolutely love it. But as we get through this game, teams have made their way through the military island copter. You see Destiny, Xtreme Slayers on that south side. Both of these teams looking to opt for this position because it is quite viable. I talked about it. Chasmac are a little bit to the east of them. You have Excuse Me now rotating through vehicles around them, and they had to move away. I'll give that stunt a good 8.9 out of 10.
Yeah, they took 2 vehicles from the same location. They just decided that it's going to be time to get out of the breach, and they will find a hole that can be used. Meanwhile, Destiny's going to be having a battle with the Extreme Slayers, as we can see Mosaro trying to connect on the second floor. Will find some damage actually towards his teammate. That's going to be bad. But they, well, Rule has fallen down, so just 3 members alive. Destiny with the Foreman stack going to be battling versus them. Whiskey trying to find that angle with a nade. Going to be just pre-cooking it a little bit. I think they are trying to put Muzi out of it. Let's see how it's going to be tagging. It's going to go right between the building and the container, but will not find anything. And we see Holes just trying to get away. Got to go back to the double bar building, and Whiskey will get some cover from that wall. Not going to hold that place anymore. So Extreme Slayers, I mean, they will try to get out of that building, maybe try to get out of the whole situation. We can see Excuse Me on the background, but that's going to be quite far away, so they will be not, at least for now, third partying, but they have a chance for it.
There's a chance, exactly. There is a chance that they could third party. 4 Romanian boys going for a rotation. Very nicely done. Extreme Slayers are completely disengaging away. At this late of phase 1, I think is a technical mistake. Let's see if it works out for them. Probably will. Phase 2 is about to pop up. I've got to give credit to a lot of these teams. I think they've dealt with this phase 1, this military island circle, very well. You have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the 16 teams, and what was 9 because we've lost a team. So over half of the teams rotated into the island on phase 1. That doesn't happen in a lot of regions, so I've really got to give a lot of props to these EU teams.
Yeah, this circle doesn't really change anything. It's completely including the island. Still just a couple like eastern and the western tips of the island going to be outside of it. It's just going to make sure that the teams cannot stay on the main island anymore.
Yeah.
And we still have super young roster actually on the south side of the George Ball, so they will have to come. Big is going to be doing the
late botation.
boatation, as you call it. So they are rotating with a boat. I mean, every time I see a scene like that, I just hope that there would be like Miami Vice music on the background.
Oh my god.
And flamingos.
And they're all wearing Hawaiian shirts with sunglasses and the wind waving in their hair. Oh man. Reminds me of Hawaii 5-0. Absolutely love it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I need a holiday.
Yeah, I think we all do, my friend. Another awkward thing about this circle shift as well, Copter, is the fact that it's centered up in the island. If it had shifted to either the east or the western side, it would have opened the door for one of the bridges to be rotated from the mainland, right? But because it's centralized, none of those bridges are safe for crossing. That's why Vodafone Giants, who were in the coastal line of that mainland in phase 1, have opted to send at least one of their players, I think maybe 2 at this stage, swimming directly across onto the central coastal line of the North Military Island position. So adapting to the circle shift is very important on these kind of games when it's such a tricky circle, and I like that from Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Novorepnoja. Big just came with a boat. We saw Team Doom swimming here, and we actually do have game lords just starting the boats from the other side of the river as well. So there could be something going on. The other thing that might be starting is that the west side bridge is going to be gatekept by TSC Legends currently, and Super Young Rosso. They have just started the rotation out of the southern George Ball, so they might be heading on that bridge if they don't find a boat, for example, next to the ferry pier or something like that. But the Team Doom and Big, they seems to be kind of like solving, kind of like withdrawing from each other's. They will head towards a different area, so there might not be a fight happening, and that's going to also mean that Game Lord, they can just arrive on Novorepnoja without any major problems.
Look, if you notice on your minimap, Reeves has sent himself onto that hillside on the northeast of the military base in preparation for this phase 3. That simple little proactive play as you're getting towards the end of the circle is so important for controlling the later stages, because right now, where the rest of the Conqueror team are in this phase 2, it's already the most viable. Yes, you're kind of technically camping the eastern bridge, but at what cost is it to your late game control? Well, if all 4 had stayed there, it would be at a massive cost. But with Reeves now setting himself up, planting that Conqueror flag on top of that hill, even if the circle shifts massively away from that hill, it is still an anchor point for them to scout further and get into a better position on this phase 3. Just like that, it's a shift to the west. Reeves, the rest of the team, they can follow suit, and they have the control of the eastern side of the circle.
That's just a reservation for a place. One scouting player who's going to go and try to see if there's going to be what places are actually free. From top of that hill, yes, you're going to plant that flag, but you also collect a lot of information what's happening on the next course on the side of it. Meanwhile, LMV, as they will try to get inside to the lagoon, we can see 4 Romanian Boys going to spot them down. The nade's going to go, the boat is going to jump right away as one of the players will be also knocked down, but the good nade's actually coming, and they will just let more troops going to fall down. The spray is going to come from the LMV, and that's going to be a player taken down. We can see Boring trying to go for the revival, for the revenge, and we'll actually get one more player falling down, so we can see 4 Romanian Boys, 1 player knocked down, but the LMV, they have a difficult situation. Talon currently knocked down. They can try to go for the revival. Perks as well might go for it, but if 4 Romanian Boys, if they just have a lot of utilities, they can definitely deal a lot of damage. And it could be that the whole LMV is going to be taken down on this place, because it's very hard situation for them to get away, and that's about it. There we go. Boris is going to find that one together with the Biox machine, and the whole LMV is going to be falling down into pieces.
Exquisite Décode and Deus Sirens going to be fighting on the southeastern edge of the circle in towards the military base. The LMV play was simply good theory, poor execution. If you're going to pull off a rotation, it has to be relatively early in the game, and I would argue 4 Romanian Boys' rotation was possibly a little bit too late in phase 1, but the fact that it was earlier than LMV's allowed them to punish LMV off the back of that. Yatim is taken down. Diablo takes a couple of shots on towards Daddy. It's a nice kind of pinch Deus Sirens have, but do they really have the metal to push in an aggressive way? I would argue no, because Secura is pretty much on her own.
I don't know, Deus Sirens, they won the first fight. They're definitely on fire, so let's see if they can handle the second one as well. They have the players on the both sides, so 1 player's on the backside outside of the circle actually, and that gives a nice crossfire towards the players of Exquisite Décode. We can see what's happening. Daddy's going to fall down. Diavala will find that one easily, I would say, more or less. And well, she's just scouting for more information from that location. Not going to find the proning players. They're going to be hiding on that hilltop, and the smokes will be, of course, into play. We can see some other teams arriving to the scene as well. Big from the backside as well. And there we go. Exquisite Décode. They will just continue spraying as the Deus Sirens will just get completely inside of the circle, and the Elise actually finds Diabla in the end. Also, on the backside, we still do have Team Doom, so they might be coming the situation.
Nice third party from Big onto Exquisite Décode. Beast takes an opportunity to grab that one. Will is knocked down. Daddy is knocked down. It's just Elicio, the MVP of PMPL Season 1, to take things into his own accord. It's going to be easier said than done as the next circle is shifted over to the northwest. Deus Sirens survived by 2, gonna wrap around, use the plains as cover, the ruins as they go in around Destiny, but Beg for Mercy takes a couple of shots onto Sakura, down to about 10 health, but does survive.
Yeah, this circle is very hard because there's the road between. So we have the southern side with the buildings, garages, sea compounds, billboards, lots of cover. And then we have the hill. So it's all about where the circle's going to go from here, because the road is going to be one of those pressure points. It's going to be very hard to cross on a later stage. So if it's going to be hard shifting on the south or the north, I mean, it's going to be very hard to cross, so we'll just have to wait and see. So, of course, teams are not going to be going across that now.
Like this.
They know that it's going to be dangerous. And Pubg, they have a player actually inside of that small cave there, or shelter. And meanwhile, just the team's going to be partying on top of it. They might have an idea that somebody might be there.
Yeah, I think they do.
Machina's going to go and have a peek. And we can see Time's not actually being even inside. He's just hiding behind the box, so he could be definitely scouted from the top of it. And then, I mean, 1 versus 4 situation. I don't give much chances for Times to actually get away from this place. Doesn't have a vehicle, and there's no support for coming from the distance, so it should be a done deal. But for Romanian Boys, they don't spot him, and they will just continue the rotation, and there will be a couple of the shots going on the backside, and they will just take a place almost inside of the zone. They might find somebody else here.
Last player from Exquisite Décode, maybe not looking to make any noise. Redux bot taking a couple of shots, I believe, still towards the last member of Big inside that cave area. Conqueror have done a great job of playing around these circles, and that's the thing. Sarah was aware, and Times should be able to be sprayed up and taken down. Not quite. Nearly, as the blue zone is also going to engulf him, slow him down as he gets behind one of the oil towers. Yeah, Conqueror have done a great job of playing around these circles. Xtreme Slayers are inside the base, but they have a 1-1-1 split, and that doesn't really make sense to me. Maybe having Muzzy in one of the C-block buildings is okay, but I think at this stage of the game, C-block buildings aren't really that viable, and then Pappy and Halls are separated not too far away, but I think in this kind of circle, at this late stage of the game, too far enough from each other where if one gets knocked, the other one isn't really going to get him back up.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to see that hard shift on the northern side. There's so many teams on the southern side on the buildings. So whatever's going to happen during the next 5 minutes, I would say it is going to be very entertaining. That's what I'm expecting when we have the next circle. If it's going to be anyhow pushing the teams like towards the, let's say, the northern side of the military base. Of course, if it's going to hard shift on the southern side, then it might be a completely different matter, because then we do have people crashing down from those hills most probably, and that's another entertaining factor. But the, I mean, the southern side as we're watching now, actually Destiny finding an angle, so they will just spot down the 4 Romanian boys from the eastern side. They do have one player on the backside, as we can see, Elise from the Exquisite Décode hiding on that building. I think 4 Romanian boys, they might have the information, not completely sure. They crashed on that building, and yeah, definitely there we go. The spray is gonna come. The SMG is gonna be on fire. The UMP fire deals the damage, and Shadowman and Exquisite Décode at least will be taken down, and they will be out of the equation.
Nice. SYR, TSC on top of the hill. SYR were here a little bit late to the party. TSC stopped the bridge camp and moved on top of the hill, and now they're looking to punish the members of SYR, resulting Aluzi left up down. That's Elush eliminated, and just like that, super young roster, super back into the lobby as we're down to 10 teams. The circle did shift up northeast. You wanted to see that northern shift. Conqueror, Vodafone Giants, they're the only teams that are really in a strong circle position across the road from the south.
And the TSC's location, which they won the battle there, it's a very strong one. They can just come to the circle from the west side. They don't have to cross the road. And they also have the side angles towards the players who are coming from the south. So they can kind of like, because what the teams tend to do, that they will not really crash on that hill, but they lean on that hillside. And that's where TSC actually finds the angle. So they have a lot of opportunities to actually get a lot of kills out of this situation. Sirens will be taken down in the end. It's going to be GODSENT Gaming who's going to find the last player. And that team is falling down as well. So down to 9 teams and 33 players. We go as Destiny will try to make sure that they will be one of those teams who actually get there on the northern side. One player going on the billboard, and I can hear Imperium asking why. Do you have the answer?
It's really really, Billboard, this night, really, are you asking? It just doesn't make sense to me. So, Extreme Slayers are down to 2. Destiny are going to be pushing in. Beg for mercy, should I say, going in on that 1v1 in towards a small, tiny wall. That pre-fire shot's going to cook up a nade. As now he's going to push on forward. This is really good from Beg for Mercy. He has the support from the rest of his team. He opts to go back on in, and that nade will do the job.
Yeah, Conqueror's gonna win that fight on the northern side. So Vodafone Giants will be taken down, and Conqueror, they can still continue. So they are still having the Foreman stack alive. They can revive all the members. That's because the Game Lord battling on the building with the 4 Romanian boys. Game Lord, let's see what they have on their pockets. We can see Boring hiding behind the boxes, and we can see now Game Lord moving the players inside of the C compound. Yes, the north inside of it. GODSENT Gaming taken down. Game Lord trying to find the 4 Romanian. They're staying as a 1 stack, which is a good thing for them, that they can actually defend it. Now it's gonna be Joe. We can see.
Oh no, it hit off the light.
It's gonna go on the stairway, but not gonna be a connecting, unfortunately. The light is gonna be on the way. I want to get one of those lights. They can actually deal the damage of a 1-hand grenade. That's a very strong lamp.
Just like a Pachinki finish, the C block buildings is such a classics match, you know, level of fight. It's so good to see in this stage of a high competition tournament. Game Lord and 4 Romanian boys. France against Romania. This Game Lord side have played wonderfully so far in the PMPL. 66 points in today's 4 games so far. If they go out now, it wouldn't be the best way to end the Super Weekend in terms of individual game, but Rob gets found out.
Yeah, they know the room. They knew which room he went, and they will try to fuss with the nade as well. 4 Romanian takes the damage as well. We can see Narvalov tries to go for the kills. We can see 4 Romanian boys to try to... Did they try to start a vehicle? No, they're still inside of the building. They cannot do that there. Boring and Zero just holding the second floor, and Game Lord trying to hold them down because the circle shifted completely on the northern side. So those guys, they will have to get down from that building. And Game Lord, they notice that they are losing the battle inside of it. So let's take the battle outside of the building. And 4 Romanian boys are trying to jump down. We can see Game Lord, they have a vehicle. They can actually go pretty fast. Meanwhile, on the actual circle, the northern side of TSC, who was coming from the western side, they're going to be trying to jump on the backside of Conqueror.
It's going to be easier said than done. Mazzaro sending in with the buggy. Game Lord trying to push him away. They have a couple of vehicles to play with. It's 3 against 2 between 4 Romanian boys and Game Lord, but I don't know why you would move away so violently away from that one. Maybe looking for a little bit of a bait. I know the blue zone is closing in, but that's a little bit of a desperate push from one of the Game Lord players. Victor gets punished off the back of that one. Now Novello goes down. It's just one player left up. You push the fight and then you push into the circle. Akashi, he's left on his own.
It is the classic C compound build. It's gonna come from the side. Watch the spray. Gets one. Can he get the second one as well? He's gonna be hiding on the smokes. He's gonna go outside. He's gonna fall down, unfortunately. And there we go. We can see the Game Lords will be taken down. Excuse me, is gonna fall down at the same time as well. So that's the battle on the south. So we only have 5 teams. We have 3 of them already on top of those hills, and just 2 teams will be coming for Romanian boys and the Xtreme Slayers from the southern side. Conqueror tries to take the place from the TSC. They were coming on the backside. Vito falling down. Easy, Reeves, Kaling, they are still up and running. As we can see, Papi try to hold down the southern place, but Destiny, they have the same idea. They want to destroy the players. They want to gather those points who are coming from the south without any cover. It's almost like a duck hunting season has started.
Classic Mazzaro individual last sole survivor for his side. 9 kills for Destiny. Top 3 teams left up. TSC, they've had a pretty good game playing from the west, but it's Conqueror setting themselves up, planting that flag all the way back on phase 2. And as we get into phase 7, this is their game. 6 kills so far, another bunch of kills. That is TSC Legends down to the ground.
Now it's just Mazzaro 1 versus 4 situation. Can he pull up a miracle? Can he do something magical? He's gonna take that buggy, and the guy's gonna hear that. The spray is gonna come immediately. Gonna be running away with that buggy. Gonna be trying to go. I mean, maybe use the drop box as a cover. Gonna find a tree and the spray from the deep. You're gonna be finding the side of the building. Drive-by is gonna be happening as well. Perfect. As Kaling will be getting that final kill, and that will be Destiny taken down and Conqueror claiming the last victory of tonight.
They conquered this game number 5 in Military Island. I asked for it, I looked for it, I was granted my wish, and the Irish God-led side came out on top. It was such a good game. Once again, I really have to give A massive shout out to so many of these teams for reacting to that Phase 1 circle. I really can't put a foot wrong on a good 8 to 9 teams and how they played into the island, whether it's from rotations, whether it was very early into the island from the bridges, whether it was waiting a little bit late like SYR. Despite them going down at the hands of TSC, they still waited because they knew at that kind of Phase 3, Phase 4 stage of the game, all of the teams would be far deeper into the island, so they had more space to enter that circle. Great game from Destiny. They controlled from the southeastern edge so nicely. Took down 4 Romanian Boys as player, forced them to play in towards the C block buildings. Took out some of the Xtreme Slayers players, and yeah, 9 kills with Mazzara left alive. A great ending for Destiny.
Yeah, it was definitely a great ending. I mean, the classical situation, circle shifting away from the military base, and that's pretty much it. The teams who actually made it to the circles, we had Conqueror and TSC, they both came from the north, west, and the east directions, and only one player actually made it somehow close, which was of course Mazzara from Destiny. So I would say that the position played a very important role, and you pointed out the Conqueror earlier, Imperium, what they actually did when they were claiming the space on the northern side.
You can also claim a little bit of a free gifting game for yourself. Bit of a code you can see on your screens. The first 1,000 people to redeem it, you can have a free gift. Just on me. It's from me to you. A little bit of it's actually more kind of 1+. So yeah, it's a t-shirt. You can get it in game, and then you can have another gift. So there's a second go that's coming on board right now that you can see. It's another little gift for you. Just like that, 2 codes. The first 1,000 people to redeem it in game, you get yourself a free gift. Who doesn't want free stuff while watching awesome PUBG Mobile action?
What I want is a code that gives me the crystal ball. That's what I'm hoping for.
You're not gonna get the crystal ball. It's you know, it's trademarked. It's property of Imperium. I'm sorry, but you know, they say everybody has their price. I just don't have a price for my crystal ball. I don't. It's priceless.
Okay, so it's priceless. Okay, we can agree on that one. It's fair. I mean, you have the ball, I don't have it, and that's completely fine. I mean, well, anyways, go and check your codes. Definitely, they have been visible on the screen. So go and check out the codes, get your free stuff, and that's what you need to do. That's the right moment for it. But meanwhile, we saw some highlights of the game. So a lot of action. We had it pretty lot of action. If there's something that I have to pick, I mean, I still love the C compound fighting which we had there. You know, the second last fight of the game, 4 Romanian Boys getting away from that in the end. But yeah, it was a good fight, I gotta say. I mean, it was a good fight. People fighting outside, inside, second floor, first floor, you know, all the places of the buildings were used more or less. And we saw almost like all the strategies used as well. Hiding on the rooms. We had the utility usage. We even had a shotgun action as well. So
Exactly.
And
that's the thing, I really have to go back to giving a good bit of credit to Deus Sirens. Yes, they haven't had an amazing start. They've struggled to really find their feet. They've struggled to find their confidence. But the 6 points they got from that final game, to me, is a 6 points of improvement. Because instead of running away from fights like they have in the past at the start of a game, instead of playing separated, instead of playing trying to play for a couple of points in the late game, they took that fight to Eastern Stars. They had Sakura on the off angle, and they were able to just continue to push forward and push a team like Eastern Stars back. Says a lot about what you can do. So please, Deus Sirens, take that confidence and bring it into the next league play, because you need to qualify for the second Super Weekend as well.
There's only one thing that I want to say about that fight. I do remember Eastern Stars, they started the rotation from the main island, and when that happened, you called, this is going to be a great team. And then 2 minutes later, they're going to be dead. That's the only thing I want to say about that one. But that's life. Anyways, we had our fun, so we're going to be heading back towards the studio. So we'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow.
Kalaris, you need to play the lottery, man. Your predictions are on point, and Maxman can definitely take a lesson from you. We're back with now the final round of the PMPL Western Europe Season 2 first Super Weekend now finished. And gentlemen, Conqueror, they take the victory, they take another chicken dinner, they get them more points that they're going to need as well to try to take back that first place position. However, they have fallen quite low in the rankings, low, like 5th place I think they were going into this round. But Kalaris, Conqueror, they've got to be really proud of that finish. A great way to end their first Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? They bring me on here as analysis, Jason, and I back it up. No, I won't do it again. We've got. They were able to take a brilliant position here on this circle, and quite honestly, not many people were rivaling where they were taking. So they had to have taken this win off the back of that.
They just clearly knew this was going to be a game-winning position, so they made sure that no teams were going to try and contest that position away. At one point, Vodafone Giants tried to approach it, but they were so aggressive on that defense that they just instantly were taken down. So yeah, Conqueror knew exactly what they had to do to keep that position under control. Though Destiny finally get himself a half-decent result here. 21 points going to be actually decent to see. They've been really, and I actually mean really silent in recent terms, in recent events. So it's been good to see a little bit better result coming out from this team. And TSC Legends especially, I'm happy to see them on top. They've been doing better. Extreme Slayers, another team that's been a lot of the time at the bottom, actually get himself some result. A lot of the teams that were on the second page most of these games actually get himself some decent amount of points this game. It feels good to see before we actually end this Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think it's really important to end your first Super Weekend on a high note. I mean, obviously, Deus, they would like to have been higher than that, but for them to be able to end things off, with a decent result is very important. I mean, Chazmac as well, only 2 points. Exquisite Décode. I mean, as we get to the second page, the points just completely fall off. And we did see Eastern Stars and Team Doom, who performed really well in the last match, just fall off with 0 points.
As you say, Jason, it's super important to get even any semblance of points at any point, because you know that there are some teams lurking, watching these games, not having participated in the Super Weekend, who are going to come back all guns blazing. So you need to be able to get even just a little bit of points extra wherever you can, because you know that there are going to be wolves at the door, effectively.
I would say especially you're going to have a lot of VOD review done by the bottom 4 teams that didn't qualify. So they're going to see what's happening, what's not going right for some of the teams, and finding opportunities off the back of that to maybe not only ruin chances of teams entering into the second league stage, but also potentially in the Super Weekend itself. It might transition as looking at the top players. And K-Link is actually a player that we've been seeing quite a bit in, I would say especially today for Conqueror. He's been doing really well. 500 damage, 5 kills for himself, so really good conversion rate from this player alone. It feels good to see some different players of Conqueror actually rising up.
Zara as well get the second place here. I feel like he's been such a staple within the lineup here for Destiny, able to help step up and again do pretty much what he did before in the old Destiny roster last season. We also get Vito in there too, so I got to chat with him as you guys saw earlier on today. Also great to see him here make top 3. But my question is, I checked in with this earlier on today. Who are our top 10 fraggers in the Super Weekend? Because I think that's really going to put like a little note in the back of our mind saying these are some of the contenders going into the MVP at the end of the entire season. We did have Navarro, number 1, if I'm not mistaken. We had Kapahala relatively high. Actually, well, he's low. He was on 10th place with kills, but he was first place in damage. Let's throw it up on the screen, get an idea who currently sits in that first place position. Yeah. It can come up. We're delayed on our side.
It's coming.
Maybe there it is.
Hey! Oh, he's still there. Oh, yeah. 32.
It's quite a gap, though, between where Elitio and Navallo are and then down to Vito, Victor, Octavian, etc. That's it might only look like 6 kills, but the fact that Navallo and Elitio have been able to do that much and 6k damage apiece is pretty impressive. Whew.
I'm not even sure how many knocks did Elitio have earlier. Was it 32? And we still had 2 games to go. That is highly impressive from Elitio, the fact that he's up there.
I still question that. I don't know if that's entirely accurate. I mean, it must be if it's coming from the API, which is insane to say the least. Like, that is unheard of relative to the rest of his roster back then. And that was only like halfway through the day. Whew.
And even got Kapahala that's almost hitting the 6,000 damage. He's almost just up there with Elitio MVP and also Navallo OP in terms of damage. Of course, that conversion rate might be struggling a little bit, but we got Result that's back up there in the top 10. Might be slipping away, but he's got himself 22 kills total, just about 5k damage. So you've got a few names here that are a little bit from different teams, which is great to see, but Result especially, I think, has been the big surprise for SYI in general.
Okay, well, let's move on into our next thing here of our results throughout the entire day. we obviously have seen some pretty good games. And we had Exquisite Décode finally take themselves a chicken dinner. Big have yet to do so, as we did see them in our top 5. They start off the day strong here, though, getting 1,800 damage, the 11 kills on top of that. Again, Alicio, seen him step up. We put a lot of faith in Reznov and a lot of attention towards him, but Alicio 100% deserved it.
I will say, Jason.
By the way, Alicio, he's on 41 knocks now.
Damn. 41?
What?
Wow. Is that Super Weekend alone?
Super Weekend alone, 41 knocks. Next closest on his team is Daddy at 19.
That's insane.
That is insane.
Oh my god. So, Jason, I will say when we look at this, there is one reason I picked Conqueror, or Big, but I basically picked Conqueror to win this last game. And that's because look at the winners from today. Exquisite Décode, 4 Romanian Boys, Eastern Stars, Game Lord. All these names are up at the top. Today has been dominated by these 5 or 6 teams. I will include Big in this. So I had to pick either Big or Conqueror coming into it because these are the names that so far are dominating the tournament. One of those had to get the victory. Conqueror is the one there. It has been strong from all of these teams who, when we see the overall leaderboard, I imagine they're going to be looking massively impressive.
It's very impressive, especially when you think about how this team, these top 5, 6 teams have been able to consistently remain at the top. Team Big, I think the one thing that separates them from potentially securing themselves a win throughout these days would be they go for very ambitious splits when at moments they should not. If they can just regroup a little bit quicker and be ready for those fights earlier, I think that could allow them to maybe get a little bit further, remain alive a little bit longer, and maybe get himself a win, and that would help them out a lot in the standings.
All right, Maxman, I will give you your chance for redemption here, okay? I'm only going to ask you, only asking you, who's our MVP?
I'm hesitating between 2. I'm hesitating between Alicio and Octavian, so I want to go with Octavian on this one. Yeah.
Octavian? Okay, Claris, if you're picking Alicio.
Okay.
You know, this is becoming a trend. Let's take a look at our MVP of the day. And Maxman...
I'm never gonna get it. I don't know how.
That was a 50.
Is your feed like ahead of me by like 15 seconds or something? I'm not.
Mate, he got 42 knocks. You were like, what on earth? That is unheard of for this kind of.
No,
I don't understand.
He also overtook Kapahala in damage. He was over 6,000 points of damage.
Yeah.
6.4k. Insane.
I thought Octavian, because they got himself a lot of top 3s at the start of the day, and I thought that maybe the survival time would have something to play in that, but okay.
You know,
guess not.
this is honestly what I love so much about PUBG Mobile and the ecosystem we have. Alicio, he was a PMCO player last season. He qualified into PMPL. He started to show up there being the MVP of the finals, and now like they're back in their second season. They took all that experience they learned and gained from the last PMPL, and they're running away with it. I think there's legitimately a good chance they could be a contender for the #1 coming out of the entirety of this event and into the EMEA Regional Championships, where they unfortunately failed to qualify, placing 5th.
I mean, especially since, you know, they've taken MVP 2 days back to back, and it has been 2 different players. I think that is one of the most impressive things out of what we've seen here for this Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's so impressive when you really think about it. I'm going to go back to PMGC and kind of draw a parallel. We had Zeus back then that was part of the wildcard, and not really too many people that were watching the PMGC maybe thought, okay, Zeus might be this big team, but they just made it such a huge name for themselves. And it seemed like in this regard, at least this PMPL, after the big ramp up in the finals last PMPL, the old Laca Nostra MVP roster now, Exquisite Décode, is just doing so well, looking to be the best team in the Western Europe region. And then after that, you got to keep in mind, you got the EMEA Championship that's going to be happening once more. This is a team that has a very big chance of maybe surprising the teams from Turkey or CIS that right now seem to be the best team in the region.
I feel like that's where things will get really interesting for them. I feel like we could honestly talk for like, you know, hours about this. I feel like actually, just as a side note here, that they would struggle going into EMEA Regional Championships. I feel like they need some time to get adapted to the situation. And because the EMEA Regional Championships, I think, is like 3-4 days long, I don't think that's enough time for them to get used to the law, because we saw, you know, Panda, they were first place at the end of the season for PMPL. They go into EMEA and they get slaughtered 12th place. Like, I think it's a big jump from PMPL to EMEA, because you play against, you know, the best from CS, having Navi there, Kanina Power there. Like, it gets really tough, especially the Turkish teams too.
Yeah, they're good at, especially from the East, they're good at a sprint, right? Compared to this kind of marathon format. I mean, they're good at the marathon format as well, don't get me wrong, but you're right. Maybe there is some tightening of the bolts to do there if you want to be good at the sprint from this region.
Oh, it is in the Western Europe team. I mean, there's a chance, right, at the end of the day, but it's true that when you look at, especially you said it, Jason, that the Turkish teams are very, very scary on the short-term format, so that they could go well.
I mean, the thing for me is if you do a prediction one way, I'm just going to go the other way and generally probably be right.
Fair enough.
Let's take a look at our results, though, at the end of our first Super Weekend and see our current standings for all these teams. I'm imagining Game Lord should be able to be holding on to that first place position with Conqueror. There we go, right behind him. But let's be honest, 194 points in your first Super Weekend is pretty damn ridiculous and pretty much almost puts you in a safe position overall getting into the finals.
That dip you're seeing build between Romanian Boys and Destiny, though, is starting to increase at an alarming rate. It's only just about 30 points, so it's still possible to catch up. 31 points right now. But if that happens every single Super Weekend, that's where things are going to start to be scary for the teams that are in 7th, 8th, Destiny, super young roster. So they need to make sure they can try and catch up to the top teams. And Big, if they can get himself a win, hopefully they need to make it already in the next Super Weekend. It's not 100% sure, but if they do, you need to make sure that they can actually try and close off those games, avoiding those big splits, as I said.
Let's talk about this final game just for a moment. If this circle isn't military, and you're talking about a team that drops absolute far north over in Severny, yeah, of course, Big wasn't going to have the easiest time in this game.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, had this game been different, maybe they could have been even 4th place right now. But, I mean, the top 6, this is hands down the top 6 right now for this tournament, and everybody's got to look out for them.
Pretty crazy to think there's like a 56-point difference between 5th and 7th place. Obviously, the prize money does, you know, escalate quite a bit, especially when you get to the finals here. But still, I mean, at least for Big, no chicken dinners, the only team in top 8 to do so, and they're still holding on strong. And again, I feel like they've been one of those teams that's just kind of going under the radar a bit here. Thinking back to the first day of league play, they ran into Destiny so many times, and I feel like they're the ones that actually got punished over and over.
I actually want to jump onto another team this one. Gamelord, I just looked at the overall points and comparing them. They are just about 20 kills ahead of any other team on this first page. That is an insane amount of extra kills in only 15 games alone. So Gamelord, after of course you know which down to 2 players that is. That's down to Narvalo and Victor just being so dominant in their respective games. But 20 kills ahead of the rest of the competition in this top 8 is highly impressive.
We'll take a look at our second page here. Team Doom have had a massive step up, actually dethroning Vodafone Giants from that 9th place position at the start of the day. But other than that, we haven't really seen, unfortunately, too much movement because I feel like we haven't really seen these 8 teams make top 6 that often. I think, Kalaris, you were talking about this before. It's been pretty much like a set 6 teams that have been just performing well, match in and match out.
Yeah, we've had Vodafone Giants yesterday look good. And then every other team here, I feel like we've maybe seen them top 3 once or twice throughout the Super Weekend. And that's been, you know, generous in some of those circumstances. I mean, to be fair, a lot of these points are actually a bit more equal than I thought they were going to be down towards the bottom. I think that overall the skill of the region as a whole has leveled up since our last season. But of course, those top 6 just kind of dominating the way as they do right now. Some of these teams have quite a way, I feel, to catch up right now.
I think that you also have a few teams that need to warm up to the lobby, except for Vodafone Giants and Chasmac Gaming. They do not have that kind of excuse, but Xtreme Slayers, LMV, excuse me, first time playing at this kind of level, maybe need a little bit more time. It's just a first Super Weekend, you still got 2 more to go, and don't forget that if you want to make into the finals, you only have to be top 16, so even just playing this first Super Weekend is giving them a significant advantage compared to the 4 that didn't make it, so as long as you remain top 16, finals pretty much easy to go.
Yeah, I think that's important to remind everyone out there is that it's not like they're going home because they didn't perform well here. It's not like they won't qualify for the finals because they're performing not as good as they'd hope, but at least they're creating a buffer against other teams out there because there's only 20 teams playing, right? It's not 24 teams. There's not 8 teams gunning for your position. There's only 4 other teams. So as long as you stay ahead of them, you'll be doing just fine. But that does mean they have to perform yet again going into league play. If they want to feel safe, they got to requalify yet again into another Super Weekend. But that won't be happening tomorrow, as Copter said. It'll actually be happening on Tuesday, where we continue our second week of league play. But Jen, before we do head off, it's been a pleasure getting to cover this yet again with you guys. I feel like we've had some exciting action, but the last thing I want to say and leave it open to you is I feel like Western Europe, the skill level has just risen so drastically in this last year alone. I remember last year we had teams who would just completely dominate the rest, but like every season we get into with PMPL, everyone is getting so much better, and there's so many new players and new teams coming out of PMCOs that can challenge the top dogs.
I got to agree. Games are looking better. A lot of people are surviving later into these circles. And when you have those situations where people are, rotating to the right locations or rotating and making sure that they can find the compounds, etc. Because more people are surviving to the later stages of the game, some of these games are more open, but we're seeing those top 6 like really hold the others out, despite the teams below them already having leveled up as well. So it's been a great Super Weekend for sure.
I think it's mainly down to the macro improving so much in the region, but I especially want to touch touched upon. So there's so many individual players that are doing so well right now. Talking, of course, of Narvalo just doing good. Victor, of course, you got the side of Eastern Stars with Kapahala, Octavian, Athis also joining up. You got so many individual players that are doing so well in the entire event. I think that it goes to show that the gun players improved also significantly, helping the region as a whole, improve a decent amount.
Okay, well, that gets me more excited for what's going to be coming up at Tuesday at the exact same time, where we'll continue our second week of league play. It's only our second out of third before teams will either qualify to the finals, unfortunately fall a little bit short. Thank you again for all tuning in for this one. We hope you guys enjoyed. We'll see you again once more on Tuesday at the exact same time here for some more PUBG Mobile action.